pay attention to the place and the date. We have talked about this exact same time frame in 2010. There was other things going on in Haiti.
An American Baptist group allegedly tried to unlawfully take out of the country on Saturday.
Laura Silsby says the group paid no money for the children.
The mistake, obviously, we made is we did not understand that there was additional paperwork required.
It's our bad. We didn't know there was supposed to be some sort of financial transaction. We thought we could just take them. Right. Our bad.
Isn't she a Hillary Clinton or a Clinton?
And we'll get into it.
Ties to that, yeah.
Yep.
Later learned through
WikiLeaks, Julian Assange.
WikiLeaks, that Hillary Clinton was sent email updates from Uma Abedin and other associates regarding Silsby's incarceration and developing legal case.
So, daily or weekly updates regarding her time she spent in a Haiti prison for trying to smuggle 30 plus kids. From Huma Abedin to Hillary Clinton. So Huma Abedin was in charge of paying attention to what was going to happen to this woman.
This was not the first time Silsby found herself facing child trafficking charges. Silsby had been caught once before by Haitian police attempting to traffic 40 children out of the country.
40 children.
However, in that incident, no charges were brought against her, and she was merely turned back at the border. A week after Silsby was apprehended the second time, on February 7th, 2010, former President Bill Clinton appointed Silsby a lawyer by the name of Jorge Puello. Puello was successful in getting Silsby's charges reduced to 6 months. Jorge Puello also had a colorful history with human trafficking. He was convicted of operating an international sex trafficking ring involving women and underage girls out of Central America and Haiti. Puello's wife was also arrested on the same charges. In 2011, Silsby was appointed as CFO of the software company Connexus and would later become its vice president of marketing. One of IPAW's functions is to issue Amber Alerts to the public in the event of kidnapping. The Amber Alert system was set up during Bill Clinton's presidency. In 2015, Laura Silsby married Norman Gaylor and took his last name, which is how her name now appears on the Connexus website. How does a woman who was caught multiple times attempting to traffic children internationally get promoted to the executive team of the preeminent kidnapping warning system in the country? Izette Folger, a close friend of Clinton associate James Alefantis, gave a statement in support of Silsby during her trial. Folger is the daughter of Michael Maccabee, who coaches leaders of Nuestros Pequeños Hermanos, or NPH, a large organization that runs orphanages all over the world. Folger's son, Max Maccabee, is on the board of directors of an NPH orphanage called Friends of the Orphans, which is one of the 760 orphanages operating in Haiti.
760 orphanages in Haiti. That blew my mind.
That's wild as fuck.
And happens to be the exact orphanage from which Silsby was caught trafficking children. Curiously, Max Maccabee gave an emphatic and lengthy statement of support for Comet Pizza during a contentious neighborhood commission meeting back when the Pizzagate controversy exploded. It is also worth noting here that Frank Giustra, owner of the Radcliffe Foundation, is on the board of directors for the Clinton Foundation and is a major donor to the organization. The logo of El Pita Home, a refugee center founded by the Radcliffe Foundation, happens to be almost identical in shape and color to the boy lover symbol that the FBI declassified in 2007. Scandals seem to follow the Clintons.
Molech News.
Surprise, surprise.
It's all just a big fucking give and take fuck party. Jeez.
Well, and this, now we could focus on that too, and I'm cool with that, but this is all happening around the time Paul Walker surprises everyone and flies into Haiti and is looking at the orphanage issues in Haiti, starts his own independent organization, and then is killed. And then the person that WikiLeaks, the only reporter in the U.S. that WikiLeaks would talk to, I think it was Michael Hastings, a reporter for the Rolling Stone, Julian Assange would give exclusive interviews to, dies in similar fashion 3 months later.
Yep.
And this woman is in charge of a software company.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
just a
belief
bidding
for,
service.
and the belief for both of those was that both of those vehicles were operating computer chip programs on Microsoft and could be easily manipulated.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, man, I think Paul Walker was on to something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Honestly, kind of surprised Ashton Kutcher's still kicking, because he's a huge advocate when it comes to child trafficking.
Well, and it makes you wonder then, because I've seen videos of Demi Moore making out with kids and all that stuff. It makes you wonder, is Ashton Kutcher,
He's not with Demi Moore anymore.
He's a
but
heel in this situation.
he was during that time, especially when he was malleable. He was
Mhm.
very young when he was with Demi Moore,
That's true.
and I don't know, like, how does someone get away going after pedos and not get taken out by the top pedos? Is this a arrangement of understanding, like, we'll help you find some that are infringing on our business, but you're not
Yes.
allowed to touch the big fish?
100%.
Could
It's
be.
that
Which,
gray.
does that make you a worse person? Does that make you a worse person?
I don't know. He's got kids and shit now, so maybe he's taking a step back.
He's still, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but a lot of these people have kids, and then that doesn't affect them. They don't. It's a job. It's a list. It's a payday. It's
No, I'm saying Ashton Kutcher wants to stay alive for his kids.
Yeah, but if Kutcher, like what Corey said, if he's working as that heel in a sense, like, hey, we need you to act like you're against all the pedos and you want to shut this trafficking down, but yet here's a list that you cannot fuck with, and here's another one that you can because they are, eating up our gangland, then by all means.
Taking
So
a profit.
he's protected.
Is there anything wrong with that though? I mean, like, hey, at least he's taking some off the streets.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that's tough because
it is tough. Because just because he's taking, it's like May said, like, there's these ones you can and these ones you can't. So he's taking the ones that he can, like they're allowing him to take. So that's cool, but that's not really fighting the good fight. It's just making it look like you're fighting the good fight.
I mean, he is, though. He's taking child traffickers off the street.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because we all know, like, the big fish we all know what they're doing and what's going on. It's I guess the mid majors, the small markets that are, it's tough because it's like, okay, well, as long as the Clintons don't get my children, but I know fucking, Martha and Greg over here are secretly fucking funneling kids in and out and yada yada. Well, fuck you, Martha and Greg. Like, you're my neighbor. The Clintons I'll never ever fucking see a day of my life, so they can eat my ass.
I found a woman, a state senator from Georgia named Nancy Schaefer. And she was the one to break this open in the early 2000 or late 2000s, like 2008, 2009. This is her talking about it a little bit.
And in nearly every state, I am convinced there is no accountability in child protective services. I have come to several conclusions. 2 or 3 are: 1, that poor parents, not always, but oftentimes, are targeted to lose their children because they do not have the wherewithal to hire an attorney and fight the system. That caseworkers and social workers are very often guilty of fraud. They withhold and destroy evidence. They fabricate evidence, and they seek to terminate parental rights unnecessarily. That the separation of families and the snatching of children is growing as the business grows because state and local governments have grown accustomed to having these taxpayer dollars to balance their ever-growing budgets. That the bureaucracy is huge. Look at who is getting paid. State employees, attorneys, court investigators, guardian ad litems, court personnel and judges. There are psychologists, therapists, psychiatrists, counselors, foster parents, adoptive parents, and on and on. All are looking to the children in state custody to provide job security.
If you have not heard of this, this is this is how you know we're in a totalitarian government.
Yep.
It is kept secret and hushed. The amount of children removed from homes. And Nancy Schaefer, a state senator from Georgia, through years of investigation, discovered why all of a sudden in the 1990s onward, this shot up. And if you want to go detailed conversation, you can definitely go watch the Spike Cohen interview. Play a little more of this.
That the Adoption and the Safe Families Act, set in motion first in 1974 by Walter Mondale and later in 1997 by President Bill Clinton, offered cash.
Isn't it interesting? 1997 under old William Clinton, who definitely loved Epstein Island. So I'm sure his buddies were thrilled.
Bonuses to the states for every child they adopted out of foster care. In order to receive the adoption incentive bonuses, local child protective services would need more children. They must have merchandise that sells, and they must have plenty so the buyer can choose.
You remember we talked
Preach
about
on, Nancy.
You remember we talked about the Cannibal Island in Russia.
Yeah.
And what the era was like during Soviet time, where Stalin had a set limit each month of deserters that should be brought in for questioning based on per capita of your city. And if the police force couldn't bring in the supposed number, whatever percentage it was, then the police officers would go missing. And so this turned out to be that if you walk to the grocery, there's stories of people that walked to the grocery store, didn't have their papers on them, and never saw their families again. There's people that went out of their buildings to smoke a cigarette and were whisked away, never to see their spouse again. There's a guy they found in 1992 that 40 years ago had been taken from his family and 2 kids and put in a farm in the middle of Russia and was dying and had no clue what happened to him. Just became a farmer for the last 40 years on a community farm. There was, and they would just disappear. Now, ask yourself, what is the difference? Would you believe that there is almost 15 million children being removed by the United States government through the state government?
I mean, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that's what Spike said too. He's like, I get over it, but it's shocking. I don't think, people like us, we're our eyes are open to this, but I think more eyes need to be open to it. And thankfully, Nancy Schaefer.
Some counties often offer $4,000 to $6,000 bonus for each child adopted out to strangers, and an additional $2,000 for a special needs child. Employees work to keep the federal dollars flowing. But that is only the beginning figure in the formula.
Now, thankfully, Nancy Schaefer has decided to do a documentary really going into in depth of the child trafficking that was being produced because of all these removals. All of the horrible, obviously, I think everyone can agree there are situations where children need to be protected from their parents. But
every time somebody does a damn documentary, they end up dying.
That is true.
Was it Anne Heche? Wasn't she working on a documentary about child trafficking, sex trafficking?
Wasn't she still alive when they hauled her out?
Yeah. Remember, she gets up off the
Yeah.
gurney. No, you get back down. You get back
Well,
down.
thankfully, Nancy, she's 73. She's going to, she's got strong connections. She's been in politics for decades. She's gotten to the bottom of this, and she's got the support to, make a video on it. We got this news report here.
GBI investigators are at the Northeast Georgia home of former state senator Nancy Schaefer. She and her husband were found dead there earlier today. Fox 5's George Franco joins us live from Harrison County with the story. George.
Deidre, I'm in the town of...
Any guesses to how Nancy and her husband died? Any guesses to how Nancy and her husband died?
Shot in the back of the head by apparent suicide.
Turnerville, about 5 miles north of Clarksville in Habersham County. And just down the road there is the crime scene where the GBI and Habersham County Sheriff deputies are investigating the apparent murder-suicide of former state senator Nancy Schaefer and her husband Bruce. The GBI says they were called to the home of the Schaefers at the Orchard Private Golf Community just after 6 tonight. We're told family members found Nancy and Bruce Schaefer dead in their home. Investigators
are... shot through the chest after he supposedly killed Nancy. Shot himself through the chest. In true.
Motherfucker, man. Like, that's a game you don't speak on. I knew she was spitting bars, and that should tell you right there. Open your fucking eyes. Be aware. She was onto it. She knew. She was heavily in politics, into the fucking weeds of it, thinking she might have some stroke to be protected, and she ends up fucking going out with her husband.
2010 that happened. It happened in 2010, March 26, 2010. And there is, it's like a whole list of things, of reasons why it didn't make sense for him to commit a murder-suicide. They had 5 kids. They had like a crap ton of grandkids. He was retired. Supposedly, the rumor was they were in a bad financial spot. But they said that didn't make any sense because all their kids were well off. But ruled murder-suicide. But hey, I know one person that's happened.
Yeah, everyone, you can sing along too. It's Moloch News. Moloch News. He's out there to eat kids and Jews. It's Moloch.
Moloch News, everybody.
Don't live in Arkansas.
Stay
the fuck at her.
I need to come up with a segment called a little jingle for this next segment. I want to be like, is it weird? All right. So like the whole premise, I'm going to give you 2 stories and you have to tell me which one is the weirder of the 2. So you sort of get the idea. I'm going to play you 2 different weird stories, I think. So the first one is, and I'll summarize this, but I also do have a video of it. This woman marries her high school. Well, God damn it! You know what? I'll play the video of it, and we can pause it as we go.
The moment Chris and James Armstrong married, they created an unusual blended family. That's because Chris brought with her ex-husband, Brandon. They were high school sweethearts who married at 21. What do you remember about the wedding?
I still remember being at the church and them opening the doors and walking down with my dad and seeing Brandon, at the end of the aisle, and just knowing that I wanted to spend my life with him and that I loved him.
2 years after they got married, Brandon was T-boned by a moving truck, leaving him with a traumatic brain injury.
He was in a coma, and we didn't know when or if he would wake up and what would happen.
Although he did wake up, he was unable to take care of himself.
Oh,
He was in something called post-traumatic amnesia at that time. And so his memory, which really he's never really fully gotten out of, but his memory was like 10 seconds long. This was really when it became clear that I went from being a wife to a caregiver. My friends even came to me after I'd been doing this for several months. And they said, we love you so much and we support you, but you can't keep doing this. You're drowning. We see you drowning.
So after 5 years of caring for Brandon and longing to have children and wanting to again be in love with someone who could be in love with her, Chris decided to divorce Brandon.
Whenever I thought about,
So she ended up divorcing Brandon and then
they
remarrying.
usually ask for a picture, and now I get to send the picture of Brandon with our whole family, and I've gotten to write the judge and tell her, you know, I don't know if you remember me, but I've stood true to what I said, and Brandon's an integral part of our family.
Is it weird?
It's not that weird. It's not. To me, it's not.
What's weird? What's weird? What's the?
It's weird that she brought. No, it's weird. Corey's trying to say it's weird that she brought her ex-husband
I'm
with.
not trying to say anything. First of all, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay,
Right?
fair,
I'm
fair.
just asking.
That's what I
just want to.
I get. That's what I think other people would find weird, but I don't think it's weird.
Now, this is a female perspective you're presenting to us, Sunshine, and I fully expected this. But Brandon, on the other hand, is watching his wife get railed by a dude over and over again, having 4 different kids. I think Brandon.
His memory is 10 seconds long.
Oh, that's what they say. How do you know that? The guy can't even talk to you. Right?
Well, she said that he don't remember it. He only remembers it every 10 seconds. That's all. Just every 10 seconds of the day.
Jesus.
What's 10 seconds, Corey? Why are you judging? Come on.
Is that my wife? Fucking? Wait, where am I? Wait, is that my wife?
Wait, what?
Wait, where am I?
Who's
like
clapping?
kudos to
Let him
her.
work.
Kudos to her. She still fucking takes care of him. She didn't shove his ass in a home. He's not somewhere where someone like me is taking care of him because that's what I do. That's my new job.
Listen, shove me in a home. I'm all for it.
I'd rather be in a home or a shop that moment.
May
Corey, shoot me if you ever find me that way.
This is the funniest thing you said. Why are they clapping? Must be a really good movie.
Wait, what? What? I just woke up. I'm sorry. It's like they're getting off a plane and some fucking. Did we just land?
Okay. Now I'm just gonna read you. I'm gonna read you some of the tweets, comments on this story.
Please do.
I found this. I gotta give credit where credit due. That's Mo Facts on his Twitter. He shared that, and then I shared it again.
Let's go.
So yeah, so these are some of the comments. My guess is she was already cheating on him and feels guilty about it. I'm not saying she's doing it for that reason, but she's probably getting a check from the government.
Oh, that's
good.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Good point,
donation dude has it right.
Tax
What was that
reason,
one?
care home for free. Eddie Murphy.
I like the Eddie Murphy one.
It's some very strong viewpoints on this. You know, some good. There's some good in there. All right. So that's the first. Is it weird?
By creating.
That was a good first. That's good.
Okay. All right. Now here is the second one. All right. The second of the "Is it weird?" segment.
High school.
Fox 25's David Chazanoff has reaction from the district and its parents tonight. David, what are you hearing?
Adam Wendy, a parent whose child attended the event calls it deeply disturbing. And we do want to warn you, the video you're about to see may be graphic.
Okay, are you guys ready for this? If your children are watching this, tell them to turn away. Okay.
Did you hear that, Jude? Turn away, because I know your ass is watching.
Jude, you turn that TV off right now. All right, here we
He
go.
said hi,
Be your
by
own
the
man.
way.
Be your own man, Jude.
Buckle in, Jude.
Yep.
Okay,
Oh,
all right.
this shit.
Yeah.
What is with the feet?
I've
This
seen
video
those.
shows Deer Creek High
They're
School
not a
students licking toes at a fundraising event Thursday. We have blurred their faces to hide their identity.
It was surprising. I didn't think they were going
So for people who can't see it, our audio listeners, there are kids sitting on the bleachers at the gym, and there are kids laying in front of those kids' feet who are sitting, and their feet is covered with peanut butter.
Oh,
And
Jesus Christ.
the competition is to lick whoever can lick the peanut butter off their partner's toes the quickest. And partner, I mean, like child friend. So two children, two students licking each other's feet. No teachers. I love how they. Well, you'll see.
This video
First of all, that one kid in the blue is fucking going to town.
shows Deer Creek High School students
He's like,
licking
my dog
toes
does
at a
this.
fundraising event Thursday. We have blurred their faces to hide their identity.
Say what?
What I thought too, man.
I was shocked. I didn't really have like a feeling. I was like kind of disgusted, but then like kind of glad I wasn't over there.
He is devouring them.
Whatever she told me yesterday that was happening, I had to ask her like, wait, what? They're licking peanut
Wait,
butter
what?
off.
The Deer Creek School District confirmed the video with Fox 25, saying the students volunteered challenges to help raise money during their philanthropy week.
Oh no, we lost Corey.
But before Corey gets back, I'll let y'all know I would have won that competition. Y'all would have lost. Y'all would have felt so sad that I won that competition.
Are you a
I
feet
have a
gazer?
question.
Oh no,
Right?
I'm a fat boy. I'm a fat boy at heart. Like what?
Don't give a fuck about the feet. All that peanut butter, yeah.
Yeah, why would you waste peanut butter, dude? Like what's it?
Gross.
These are the kids that are going to grow.
How you
up
doing
and
over there, May?
Have a
Oh
can
my
of Jiffy
God.
in their house, and they're gonna open it up. It's gonna have a circular hole all the way through it.
What?
That's their right. That's their right, May.
Oh, is it? Is it? You can't stop at feet now.
Oh my God.
You can't stop a
Fucking-
feet. What's next?
Oh,
That's just a start. That's how you get good at it. That's how you get good at being married, okay, dude?
There's a couple of things I think people don't really understand when it comes to family court and family law. It's different each state. But in the state of Iowa, those records are sealed. No one's allowed to go through the whole court proceeding or anything for years.
Yeah.
And so, and I studied a lot of Russian history, and it seemed very similar to a kangaroo court.
It is an unconstitutional administrative tribunal.
Yes.
Where they are without any real due process. They claim that they're not really, that they don't need to have the same level of due process because they're not punishing anyone, which means they're not putting anyone in jail and they're not fining anyone. They're stealing their children. There are many people, and I'm sure you are one of them. Put me in jail for a year, but let me keep my kids. They would much rather go, if they had to face going to jail or having their kids taken, they'd easily pick the jail if it meant they got to have their kids afterwards. But they claim, oh, that's not punishment. That's just us protecting the children. At no point does protecting children require removing due process. And the proof of that is that if you look at the stats, child abuse cases have gone way up since they moved away from treating child abuse like they do every other crime, where there has to be a criminal accusation and actual criminal court involvement and due process and all of that before you take anyone's child from them permanently. There's been way more child abuse. Now, they may say, oh, well, that's because there's a lot more false child abuse cases. Okay, well, that's still bad. whether it's because there's more child abuse happening or because they're faking the numbers to be able to traffic more children and get federal money. Either way, it's not like there's less child abuse as a result of this. There's either the same amount or there's more.
But first of all, the removal in the state of Iowa, they're funded an extra $2,000 a month. If they can prove their special needs, they'll get $4,000 a month. And so immediately after my son had been removed, they took him to it's not, but it's might as well be a state-sponsored psychiatry center. And what I mean by state-sponsored is Medicare and or Medicaid only accepts certain doctors in the state of Iowa.
Yep.
And so this was the only psychiatric franchise where it was accepted in the state of Iowa. And of course, they took him there, and immediately at age, he wasn't even 3, diagnosed him with ADHD and wanted to put him on meds. Now, I was shocked because I was like, there's no signs of it. But then I realized that if they did that, they would get an extra $4,000.
Exactly.
And I'm curious as to, as you monitor, you are the power, this has got to be new for you to see this many cases with the government interfering with parents.
If you had told me a year ago that this was happening, I would have been utterly shocked for about 30 seconds. And then I'd remember that we're talking about the government. Frankly, it would not take me long to adjust to that reality, because I know the evil that government as an organization can do. But I didn't know it was happening. And it's still, I was taken aback. I was taken aback when I heard about it with Rodney and Tamisha. I was taken aback when I heard about it from the Matt and Tucky Hernandez. And then I was even more taken aback when parents started coming out of the woodwork. And I want people to realize something. When we go public with a cause, there are many more that we don't go public with, even though more than likely what they're telling is the truth, because we don't go public with these stories unless we have overwhelming evidence. Like, there's no shred of a doubt that these parents did nothing wrong. And so we tell the parents that come to us, we need your medical records. We need the emails between you and the child. I mean, we have a team that's the bulk of the work that our team does, is vet the causes that are brought to us. And the vetting for these causes is on a completely different level, because it's one thing if we put out a story of someone whose business is being taken from them with eminent domain, and it turns out that maybe we didn't know all the details or whatever. It's a completely different thing if we tell the story of a family that's having their kids taken and it turns out they were actually abusing the kid. So when I say that we are careful, we err on the side of not going public with a family. If there is anything left to doubt, if there is even a shred of doubt or anything that could potentially mean that there might be more that we don't know, then we tell them that. We say, for the sake of what we're trying to do, we cannot even have one of these families turn out to actually be abusers. And so for everyone, we just went public with the Alexander family last week. We're about to go public with a family, the Collins family, this week. For every one of those, there's 10 to 20 more that we've seen that more than likely are legit, but it's not enough for us to go off of. So there's two things that we're doing with this. One, with these individual families, we are getting the public, and I'll talk about how that's helped the Hernandez family in a moment, but we're getting the public to go after those specific officials, contact them through email, phone, and so forth, and tell them there they are right there, and tell them to do the right thing. So that's the first phase of what we're doing. The second phase of what we're doing is we are talking with officials, legislators across the country, activists who've been working in this space for years and decades, and we are working on putting together model legislation to fix this at the state level, introduce it in one or a handful of states, and then push for that domino effect across the country. This can be fixed by reintroducing the concept of due process and the requirement for due process in these cases, the same way that they would for any other crime. And in some way, we're still working on the edges on how to do this, but in some way, disincentivize, remove the perverse financial incentive to just call everything abuse, and work that funding in such, whether it means refusing to take the money at all, or filtering it through a program where people are paid to do their job, not just to call everything abuse. So whether they call it abuse or they don't, they're still getting paid the same thing. And once we do that, we'll be able to solve this problem at its root. And the third thing that we are doing, and this is something we do with every single one of our causes, we are driving home the point to people that this is what happens when you trust the government to protect you. Government is a uniquely bad way to organize people. And the expectation we have that human beings will respect us as human beings and that we'll respect them as human beings, and there are certain things we don't do to each other. We don't rob each other. We don't threaten each other. We don't commit offensive violence against each other. We don't assault each other and so forth. We put that expectation aside for the government, even though the government is literally just other people that if they weren't in the government, we'd still have that same expectation of them. And when we put aside that expectation that we be respected as individual human beings, these are the horrors that can result, and they are resulting. It's not an abstract concept. It is literally happening right now. And
in every state, this is
every state, everywhere. This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. And so we are attacking it on all fronts. We're helping the people that are being harmed by it right now as best we can. We are working to make the changes, to push for the changes that will allow it to, or greatly remediate the risk of this happening in the first place, and save countless tens, hundreds, maybe even millions of families in the future, tens or thousands, hundreds of thousands, however many families. And then we're also, again, as we do with everything, driving home the point that stop trusting the government. Stop telling the government, take more of my money, more of my power, more accountability from me, and protect me, because that's not what they do. They do this. This is what they do when you give them that. I can tell you how this has helped already with the Hernandez family. When their daughter, Emma and Aria, when their daughters were taken from them, the judge refused to allow any of the evidence or the medical expert testimony that made it very clear that Emma Hernandez was not being abused and had a health condition. She would not allow it to be. She did everything she could. She actually tried to discredit one of the witnesses and claim that he had misappropriated his I forget what it was, misappropriated his vacation time, and that he had been fired. And he said, no, I took my vacation time early because I retired a year early, but none of that has anything to do with these facts. And she said, well, you resigned on odd terms, so I can't take you as a witness. She literally did everything she could not to take this testimony. She instead only allowed the testimony of the so-called child abuse pediatrician who showed up with no paperwork, David Hogg style, and said he showed up
because he already knew Spike. He didn't have to. That's the problem.
He didn't have to, exactly. Yeah. And he showed up and he said, well, yeah, statistically in these cases, this tends to be abuse. And when the parents' attorney said, okay, can you cite the source of that statistic? He said, well, yeah, you can look it up on the internet. That was what she allowed. After thousands of people contacted this judge, for some reason we will never know, miraculously, she's made a complete 180. And she allowed the testimony. She allowed the children to be taken out, Emma and Aria, to be taken out of foster families, and they are now living with family friends. And Matt and Tucky can visit them whenever they want to. They just can't go home with them. And she said, as soon as the criminal charges are dropped, I will be happy to drop everything on my side. I can't as long as but she's basically done everything she can as long as the criminal charges are in place. On the criminal side, we've been able to help them because when they were first charged with abuse, part of the bond conditions that they had to agree to be allowed to leave jail was that Matt and Tucky Hernandez were not allowed to speak with or be within a certain number of feet of each other indefinitely. And so for nearly a year, they have been legally estranged, where they can't talk to each other. They can't ask someone to tell someone the other thing or anything like that. They basically forced them to be essentially divorced for nearly a year. After many people contacted the judge in that case, for no particular reason, in a complete and miraculous 180, the judge modified the bond conditions, and now after just over 10 months of being legally estranged by forcibly estranged, a couple weeks ago, Matt and Tucky Hernandez started living together as husband and wife. We still have a long way to go with that case, but that is what happens. That's what we're already able to do to help families by getting people on these public officials and making it politically expedient for them to do the right thing. We're doing all the other stuff as well so that we can fix this at its root. But in the meantime, we're helping families now.
Well, and I think and that really speaks to part of this problem. And I love that you have this where you can just click on it, email Brian Kemp, the governor. Click on this. You can email the county district attorney. Click on this. You can email the commissioner of DHS. Those are all huge moves.
And on all of those, we have wording template. Because what happens is people will want to email Brian Kemp and be like, "Let this family back, you piece of crap." Like, you're so angry after hearing about this, and you may only remember some of the things you saw, but you just know you're mad and you want to tell this guy something. We have the wording template there, and you can use all of it. You can borrow from it. You can modify it as you want. You can add some colorful language if you want. Whatever you want to do is fine. But all the facts are there. And so if you, we make it as simple as can be. If you agree with us that this family needs to be reunited, here is wording that you can borrow from, and here is who you contact to try to get it done.
Well, and I don't know if you've ever read the Gulag Archipelago.
No, long time ago.
Well, and this is exactly what's going on with families in the United States. Kids are being taken. They're being, families separated and then not being allowed to have any contact with each other. And you just don't know. You don't know what happened to your kid. You don't know what happened to your spouse. It's as authoritarian, and I was a huge Daily Show, Colbert Report type of, I considered myself, central Democrat, in my early 20s, and me personally going through this experience, I saw the sheriff of our town lie on Stan. I saw all sorts of mistruths, and I went in there blind, thinking like, "Oh, it's going to help me."
The system will protect me. The system will protect me.
The system will protect me. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't protecting me. In fact, it was doing the exact opposite. And it got to a point where at the third year, my final hearing, fighting for my son, the DA came up to me and apologized and said, "I'm sorry, you got to go through all this." And then they took my son. And
I'm sorry we have to do this to you.
And that was my apology. And in my case, I like to insert myself into it. I apologize for doing that. But it's I felt so helpless when it was going on, and the fact that you're doing this for families, because this is, like we talked about, it's not just a national problem with CPS. It's a national problem with the whole legislative system in place. It's the judges involved. The DA is involved. Your attorney's probably involved. And
the doctor at the children's hospital is involved. Well, everyone is involved. Everyone all the way down the line. Everyone that has to look at your kid or you is getting paid off to call it abuse. And if it turns out it's not abuse, they don't have to give the money back. But if they say it's not abuse, they don't get any money. So what happens is the people in those positions do one of two things. Or actually one of three things. They either do the right thing and get fired by their higher ups who just need to make sure that the amount of money coming in is maximized. So that happens. They fired. They go, "I can't do this," and they quit. Or they go, "Well, hey, look, hopefully someone further down the line will do their job, but I'm going to call it abuse. I'll err on the side of caution. Oh, I get some money too. Wow, that's great." Because that's the other thing. If you say it's not abuse and it turns out it is abuse, that falls on you.
Yes. Yeah.
But if you say it is abuse and it turns out not to be abuse, all right, well,
there's no
I still got my money. It's just, the level of perverse incentive is disgusting. And I can't even imagine, you said you're centering yourself in this. How could you not? You lost your son. Like, it's disgusting. And I hate that this happened to you, but I'm glad that you told me, because I focus a lot on these families that I'm working with and the possible future families that this could affect if we don't fix this. I, in this moment, need to remember there are families for decades that this has been happening to, especially in recent years with the recent changes that have happened at the state and federal level. And I want to make sure that the nightmare that happened to you doesn't ever happen again.
Well,
And that can happen.
I think it's beautiful that by you, doing this and showing people that these aren't isolated incidences.
No,
they are occurring daily, and it's an abuse. In the end, it's an abuse of power is what has happened, and it shows why you can't ever. When Lily talked about, can you promise me that this government will never become tyrannical? It already is tyrannical.
It already is.
It already is tyrannical. And it's starting, it's so silent. We can talk about race. We can talk about gun rights. We can talk about Israel, Gaza. We can talk about Ukraine funding. But no one talks about what's going on in these small towns and counties. And a lot of these cases are just because they don't live up to they live in the poverty level where, the person checking in on them has always will be a suburban wife, and they expect the standard of living should be that of which they live. And anything below that is considered abuse.
It's and what's crazy is, so like with the Hernandez family, they had a caseworker come to their because they had already taken Emma, but Aria was still the older daughter was still living with them. And so a caseworker came and said, this is a lovely home and Aria is very well cared for. And I think reunification should be the goal. So they arrested both parents for abuse and took Aria from her.
Well,
how is that reunification?
You talk about CPS, they outsource these home checks. I don't know. And it may not be the same for every state, but in our state, they outsource it. So there's someone that went to a 2-year college, got told what parameters to look for, and then weekly visits and supervised visits, all that stuff is outsourced. And if that company is not living up to their standard, they fire them and they find another company that will do what they want.
That will say that it's abuse in every case. Yeah.
It's scary. In my opinion, I think it's scary. It's been going on for at least 10 years. I mean, it's been going on longer, obviously, but I think the ill intent and the dollar signs has really pushed it along in the last 10 years.
There has been a series of things, and we're still going down the rabbit hole. I mean, we have attorneys involved. We have we're building basically a task force, a nationwide task force of legislators, attorneys, experts, doctor, like just people across the board, investigators, and they're all working together to figure out just how deep this thing goes, because you have to know the monster you're dealing with before you know how to fix it. And so what we're seeing is, it's sometime around the 1970s, they started experimenting with treating child removal cases in family courts instead of in criminal courts. And the justification was, well, there are exigent circumstances in place sometimes where you got to get the kid, due process for, or take the kids first and due process later, sort of like red flag laws. For kids.
It's a red flag.
Yeah, no, Trump would love this thing. And it's, but it was, this kid could die this day, today, or this week, and we don't have time to spend weeks or months in court. And so we're just going to take the kid permanently, not in a temporary 48-hour hold to make sure everything's okay, permanently or indefinitely anyway. And so that was when they first started experimenting with it. And then I believe sometime in the 1990s was when they shifted the federal funding with Title IV to start paying them to call it abuse. And then that's when you start seeing year after year, state after state started changing their guidelines. And they basically made it where it's like, yeah, if it makes any noise, assume that it's quacking like a duck and call it a duck. And if a kid comes in with anything that could potentially be considered an injury, call it abuse, even if there is medical evidence that it's as a result of a health condition, or that it's not abuse. There are also cases where there are accidents, kids playing around and falls, and there's witnesses that it was an accident. Call that abuse too. Call everything abuse. I had someone recently inboxed me on Twitter. And full disclosure, I'm not a parent. And they said this person's a parent, and they said they actually took a picture, and they said, my kid has this little bruise that she got, and we think it's a baby. We think it was how she was laying in the crib. It's just like a little like minor bruise. She said, and they said, I'm scared to take her to the hospital. Should I be? And I said, look, I can't give you that advice. I would tell you, first take your kid to a pediatrician if you trust that pediatrician, but I don't feel comfortable after the cases I've seen, and we still don't know how widespread this problem is, like what the odds are here. I don't feel comfortable telling you to take your kid or to not take your kid, because I don't feel comfortable telling people not to take their kids to the doctor, but for a variety of reasons. But I'm not sure I feel 100% comfortable saying, oh yeah, you'll be fine. I said, I believe that the majority of times everything is fine, but I don't feel comfortable advising you on that. And I said, I will say I've started telling parents, know who your attorney would be in this situation if something were to happen. That is one thing that I would say. Make sure that you have some kind of person that would be your attorney in this case, so that you don't get completely blindsided if, God forbid, it does happen. But I couldn't tell that person whether I thought it was a good idea or not. And
it's horrible. It's horrible.
It is horrible.
Your kid, you got to be afraid to take care of your kid for fear that your child could be removed from you.
And then you can get in trouble for not taking your kid to the hospital. So it's like, you take your kid to the hospital, it's taken from you, and they'd say it's abuse. You don't take your kid to the hospital because you're scared it's going to be called abuse, and looks like the kid's okay anyway, and then they take the kid too. It is a frightening thing to be a parent in this country, and it's getting worse and worse. And the reason people don't want to talk about it is because what about the times when it is really abuse, and what if not all these cases are as apparent or as true as they seem to be. That's why we've been very careful. But this is arguably one of the most important things happening in this country, because this is far more likely to affect parents. The average American adult in this country is a parent. They're far more likely to be affected by this than they are with what was happening in Gaza, or what's happening in Ukraine, or frankly, what's happening with, gun control, or what's happening with, a variety of different things. The reality that the CPS in every single state, it's called different things, DFACS, DCFS, sure, DYCF, different things in every state, but that their child protective services are increasingly being weaponized against innocent parents because they get paid to do it. That is arguably, if not the most horrifying thing happening in this country, certainly one of the most horrifying things happening. And we're not going to rest until we fight it and end it at its core.
Nice. Like I'm putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
Alex Jones in the news. And I think Alex deserves some of our attention.
Yep.
Just give you an idea of what's going on with Alex Jones. He owes $1.4 billion that he has to pay to Sandy Hook family for not even saying that their children weren't dead. So, it's a great win against free speech there. So they're coming for him, and I just want to go over the history of how Alex Jones has been right for so many years, and how someone like George Bush can kill 1.5 million Iraqi and Afghanistan civilians, but Alex Jones has to pay $1.4 billion or face jail.
Like I'm putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand?
That guy is the national threat. So, have you ever heard this story, Sunshine? I know you're not big into Alex Jones. Have you ever did you know about this rant he went on about frogs being gay?
I have heard about this before. I want to take Alex Jones seriously, and it's hard.
You can't.
I think that's why I'm just like,
Take him dead ass. Take him dead ass serious.
Yes. Well, you sit there and like I listened to a lot of these episodes, like the indie song and this one live, like back in 2012, 2011. I was listening to Alex Jones, and I remember hearing him say, "Putting chemicals in the water that turn the frogs gay," and I was like, "What are we talking about? Like, come on, we all know it's just fluoride."
Yeah, it's just your basic fluoride.
And then Alex Jones went through his whole ordeal, and that clip sort of just lived on in infamy because it was so ridiculous, water turning the frogs gay. And then RFK Jr., who is a I'm gonna slaughter this. Well, what does he study in law? Ecology.
Like the protection of
Environmental protection lawyer.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Brain fart. So he's an environmental protection lawyer for 30, 40 years.
Yep.
He sued a bunch of companies for mercury in the water, for killing fish in rivers, for causing all sorts of diseases in local towns and miscarriages. He's seen it all, right? And he's talking to Joe Rogan about this. And then in the middle of Joe Rogan's podcast, he says something very interesting.
Disruptor, probably the most disturbing endocrine disruptor, and this is something we should all be looking at, is atrazine.
Yeah.
Because atrazine, which is now ubiquitous, it's everywhere. But you can take atrazine, and there, what is his name?
Jamie.
Jamie.
Young Jamie.
You can look up. You can look up this study. I think the scientist's name is Tyler, I think, and that might be his first or second name. But they took atrazine and they put it in a tank with 40 frogs for 3 years. They put it below the exposure levels that EPA considers acceptable to humans. And 30 of those frogs, they were all male frogs, and they were double Z, male frogs, so they were super males. And 30 of those frogs were chemically castrated. 4 of them turned into females and produced fertile eggs. So they took male frogs, gave them atrazine, 10% of them turned into female and produced fertile eggs. And we're subjecting our children to exposure to that every day.
What is atrazine?
It's in the water. It's a pesticide.
Fits the narrative.
No,
listen,
like I'm putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you?
Alex was on to it. Alex,
now,
tip the cap to you.
Now, here in true Fantom Facts fashion, we're not just settled with Alex Jones and RFK Jr. So we went out and found the scientists that actually did this study, because I wanted to know, is this like a reputable scientist, or was this guy some sort of hack? Did he have some affiliation? What was his ordeal? And so I found a TED Talk, and we emailed him. We emailed his account yesterday, so probably not going to hear back from him anytime soon. But we found a TED Talk he did, and I thought I'd just play a little clip, just sort of get an idea of this guy, sort of what his affiliations are. Tyrone Hayes is the guy that did this study on atrazine on frogs, and
Before I tell you I never represent myself or support. I also have to thank the funding sources for the research that I've done, and current laboratory for providing a great environment with an incredibly diverse group of people that I'm certain that I learn a lot more from them than they learn from me. So now my story.
He used
about
to
a week
abuse
ago,
those Asian
I was
kids.
Say what?
Nothing.
in Minneapolis airport
David May.
to give a similar talk. And the person, I was in a restaurant, and the person who took my order and brought me, because
fuck is he wearing?
you look exactly like a waitress.
Okay, right? This guy has had too much atrazine. If we can just be honest.
And I don't normally judge people by their appearance, but she had the apron and the name tag. But not only do I not look like a professor, for most of my life, I haven't felt like a professor.
You look like my
For most of my
grandma's
life,
couch. Throw some plastic over him. The fuck is that he's wearing?
It's a shawl.
or something.
It's cold up there, May. Have a little passion. This guy studies gay frogs. What'd you expect? A lumberjack?
I felt like just a little boy who likes frogs, who's been trying to answer this question on this book that my mom says she read to me as a baby. I don't remember it, but my mom says it's true. That all changed a few years ago when a chemical company, the largest chemical company in the world, asked me to use my expertise in studying frog hormones to try to understand if the chemical, their number one selling product, a weed killer, atrazine, if it interfered with their hormones somehow. Long story short, we examined the African clawed frog in my lab. We exposed them to this chemical atrazine, and we showed things like this. And these are testes. And you don't have to have a PhD or be a frog expert to see that there's a difference between the control and the exposed animals. The control testes, if you look at it under the microscope, is full of sperm soldiers ready to go. The atrazine-treated gonad or testes, the testicular tubules are filled with cellular debris. What's more is if you look at the young developing larvae, you often find sometimes, these are the kidneys, if you're not used to looking at frog gonads, that this is an individual, though, that has testes, then it has more ovaries, then it has another testes, then it has more one pair will get you in enough trouble. This guy, this situation is certainly not typical of amphibians. There are fish that are naturally hermaphrodites, but not amphibians. We later showed that some of these animals grow up, even though they're genetic males, to become completely functioning reproductive females, even though they were genetic males.
So I thought what was interesting about
can't
this.
take this guy.
Okay. Sorry.
What is time?
Fucking Tyrone. Listen, I like RFK Jr. too. One, his voice drives me up the wall. But two, giving props to Tyrone over here on what makes frogs gay.
And the fact that he was being hired by this company and he did not lie about the results. And I've got a shorter clip I want you to watch before we talk.
Tyrone still alive?
Puzzle. I like the CSI.
Okay, so this is him capturing these frogs that were, in these areas full of atrazine, and then him having his own test study here. Let me start.
What's happening is you're skewing sex ratios. You can get genetic bottlenecking, which can cause crashes. And quite frankly, if you're a genetic male, it'd be nice if you developed as a genetic male. And now we have a chemical very common in the environment that's effectively sex reversing animals.
I'm going to show you something pretty amazing, scientifically speaking.
What kind of frogs are these?
They're frogs.
I know, but then they don't look
The
like
one
the
that's
frogs
so
in my
remarkable is
backyard.
this pair. These are both males. The one on the bottom, acting as the female, we affectionately refer to as Darnell. He's a genetic male that not only acts like a female, he lays eggs like a female. She has been exposed to atrazine all of her life. I don't even really know how to reference it. This is Darnell's third clutch. So Darnell has sons and
Darnell's a little bit of a whore.
daughters that we've grown up. You can see eggs in the bottom. This is actually her second clutch for today. She has been copulating for getting close to 24 hours now. This is probably one of the most remarkable things I've seen in my work. But I personally have mixed emotions. I'm very excited about the science and trying to understand the mechanism. But on the other hand, I am worried. This is the most common contaminant in ground and surface water and drinking water. And the level of atrazine that it took to make this male.
The level of atrazine it took to take this male and turn it into a female. Guess how much more than is found in the drinking water?
In a percentage base?
Mm-hmm.
300.
10%.
All right, here we go.
Turning to a female is 3 times less than what's allowed in our drinking water.
3 times less than what is allowed in our drinking water.
I'm having a hard time with this science period because if I remember correctly from middle school science class, frogs do that. If there's not enough women to go around, some will choose to change their sex. He said it himself. Testes, ovaries, testes, ovaries. They can do that. They don't need atrazine to do that. So what's
It
this
wasn't that
atrazine
they
really do?
robbed a liquor store, spent 20 years in prison, and just like the prison wallet shoved in.
Right? But
I
like,
just don't get it.
I could be wrong. I'm not a
Oh,
scientist.
Darnell was getting
and-
his meat pounded.
And this
Long
is
time
he
ago, but-
he is a member of University of UC Berkeley, which is very renowned.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not some podunk community college professor, no offense, but this is not that. This is a person who has been peer reviewed, and this study is legit. Atrazine either castrates, diminishes sperm count, or does a full reversal. So, and it's
But how does that affect humans?
well, that's just it. Think about the first of all, before we discuss anything, think about what they said at the World Economic Forum.
All the religious groups are against me because I'm talking about population. They want more souls. I want less on the planet.
So it not only that, so that's the goal of world leaders in charge of us, but at the same time, like, look how much work it took. They're still using what's that weed killer? That
Roundup.
Oh,
they're using Roundup on wheat to dry it up, straight to use.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys these is lucrative businesses. So first of all, they're not going to stop using atrazine just because this study came out.
Oh no.
But the
World's
fact
agreement
that
for that.
yeah, but the fact that atrazine is 3 times more in our water supply.
So atrazine, Walt Disney, kids wanting to be boy, it, she, whatever. This circle is just completing. It all is making sense. Like it's,
But I'm like,
I don't know, it could be way off, but I don't remember the frogs in school. I don't remember cutting them open and seeing 6 testicles and 2 sets of ovaries.
Well, and that is not a normal frog he was showing us. That was a frog under the influence of atrazine.
Okay.
So yeah, that wasn't just some regular frog.
Yeah.
So and I do know that you are right. There are some frogs that do that. Like that is true.
Yeah.
But I didn't go past those 3 sources, but he does mention in there what specific breed of frog he uses.
Yeah, he did say something about the African something or other.
Yeah, so I would encourage you to, do your own research on that and see, why he picked that frog. And if we could get him on the show, we could ask him ourselves because I'm sure we have a lot of questions. I do. I have a lot
It's hard to not take it into account because of, like you said, RFK Jr. He was a heavyweight champion in the environmental protection fight and everything. So for him to bring up that source and to stand behind it, that gives me as much as a goofball Tyrone fucking is. That's
Isn't it part of his brain?
big thing.
Yeah, and it's like, who knows? It's crazy. Like you don't see this type of change in sexuality in any other country.
You're right.
You're talking about.
Think of a country. Think of a country that isn't ran by us or partnered with us, right? So, like Britain, we have Britain, we have France, we have Germany, we have us, Canada. All of these countries are very concerned about making sure all sexuality is allowed and displaying it, not just being allowed, because I'm for that. Like, fuck what you want to fuck. Well, 100% believe that. But it's not about it being allowed, but about it being propagated and subsidized. Like why was the government handing out subsidies to TV shows that included a member of LGBTQ plus in their lineup? In their storyline.
Yeah.
Why were they funding these type of projects behind the scenes back in all the way back into the 90s? When if it was something that was natural, wouldn't it just occur naturally? But you remember what Netflix and Hulu was like in the early 2010s, creating their own content. Every single show, there was the gay episode, there was the gay coming out, there was lesbian gay, there was lesbian shows, it was everywhere.
And I wish I'll have to try to find it, but there's been several like well-known actors and actresses to come out and say it pays more to take the gay role or to play the gay role. Like it pays more. Like it, like yeah, you might be cast as that or whatever, or people, but like it pays the bills way more to portray the gay whatever,
and it wasn't natural. A lot of these shows it just felt like forced, like second season in, here's our gay person, and give us that government money to
You guys ever watch Shameless?
Shameless?
Yeah,
I've seen some.
Great show. But the one kid, the gay kid, he's gay from the jump, and he's so young when he starts that role, and he's not gay. He's very straight. But like that kind of bothers me for that kid. You know what I mean?
Interesting. That's interesting. Well, that was everywhere, and you see it now in day-to-day life, in Hollywood. How many actors have transitioning children that are 6 and 7 years old? It's a clique, man. Like I'm telling you, it's like it's a death cult.
What is it? Angelina Jolie that has?
I was gonna say Brandon Angelina's daughter.
Yeah. And then is it Charlize Theron? I think has.
Yep.
Some boys that are girls, or whatever. Like, yeah, it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
And they're usually like little kids from Ethiopia or wherever, like that were probably, raised, or at least the beliefs, hey, you're a man, you're a woman, you're a woman. And then you come over here and get adopted by a celebrity. And what are you doing? You're getting paraded with a fucking tutu and a dress on. And your name isn't Mark anymore. It's Martha.
Yeah.
So.
Like Jude has a friend, 12-year-old kid. He has really long hair. You're like, okay, cool. Well, it turns out like his parents don't allow him and his brothers to really go by a specific gender. They don't think they're old enough for that. And I'm like,
it's everywhere. You're right. It's everywhere. It's not just Hollywood. It's everywhere. Like
you're a little boy. You have a dingle dangle, and you shouldn't be guarded from that. You should know that. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, there's that clip that went viral, I think last year and a half, where, that mom's on there during COVID, and the little boy gets on there. He's like, yeah, mom makes us, or, really pushes us to identify and, doing this and this. And she was like, he called her out on it, and she got all sorts of fucking pissed.
Well, and I mean, how is this not a death cult, people?
Right.
Like, and when I say death cult, like that, you're castrating your children if you perform sex change on them and not allow puberty. So there's your castration. Never allowed to reproduce. What type of sick thing? What type of
right?
I don't even know what to say. What type of who does that to a child? How is that not like a cult of some sorts? Like you're killing
100%.
Yeah,
that's like all these.
And then the only people that are allowed to produce are the 13 families, or
yeah, it's like all these little girls that have decided that they've gone from being a little girl to, oh well, I'm trans now.
Yeah,
I don't know as many little boys, but I know a shit ton of little girls that are like, oh, I'm trans. I don't identify. You know,
Well,
I
and
don't.
we're to a point now where you're going to have your children removed from you
You okay,
if
May?
if
Yeah.
they you're going to have your children removed from you if you disagree with them.
Yeah.
California just passed a law saying schools are no longer required to let the parents know if a child is transitioning or identifying as a different gender.
And people still live there and want to be there, and like that's
If
what I
my
don't
son decides he
understand.
wants to be a girl,
Some people
he
are stuck
can't tell
there,
me that
man.
until he's 25.
Yes and no. Yeah, I mean,
Some people are
fuck.
stuck there. You got old parents that live there. You know, how you gonna, you're talking thousands and thousands of dollars and moving, and then you got to start all over again. We're gonna start over again. I mean, I get it.
If you
Like, how
take the
can you
chance and end up broke under the street, at least you have that family and that pure belief of, I don't know. I mean, I get it. I understand what you're saying, but son of a bitch, like,
Yeah.
hey, too, I know houses aren't selling like they used to, but fuck anybody in California. I worked with a guy. He lived in California. He sold his house. He could have bought 4 houses here in Tennessee for what he sold his fucking one little 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath house in California for. So, I mean,
yeah,
fuck.
Well, you know what Alex would say.
Liberal.
That's the thing about Alex Jones. Like, okay, so 4 of those frogs, started reproducing, but like, we would have never have known about this for years. We never would have known about it. We don't even know if RFK would have talked about it if it hadn't been, for this.
Oh, like I'm putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap.
Next time Dan Crenshaw stands up and says, but you don't understand the threat. Shut up, Dan Crenshaw. And everyone liked Dan Crenshaw. Just about had it with you. You got hundreds of thousands of American citizens dying of drug ODs, and you've done nothing. Your state was invaded by foreign nations at the behest of international organizations, including the United Nations. 15 million young men just came into our country for reasons we can't even understand, and you did nothing over your border. And you're going to tell me that some other nation is the threat? No, you're the threat. And that's true. So I don't care what party that person comes from. That person is an enemy of everything that you voted for. Trust me. We've seen this movie so many times, and the way that they short-circuit your critical thinking and get you to go along with it, and I know because I've been a victim of this, is by scaring the crap out of you with something. You are the father who abandoned his children, and there's no excuse for that. You, Dan Crenshaw, you entire Democratic Party, you Mitch freaking McConnell, you're the one whose own children languished and died while you focused on the neighbor's kids or kids in another country. All of that may be fine, but your duty is to your kids. That's why you're the leader. And anyone who shirks that duty is guilty of abandonment, and there is no lower man than the man who abandons his family. There is no lower form of leader than the leader who doesn't care about the people in his charge. And so make that the litmus test, I would say. I mean it, and I don't care what they say.
Texas does seem, I'm just being totally honest, the single most left-wing, truly left-wing member of Congress I've ever met personally is a Republican from this area who has no interest in the United States whatsoever and does not even pretend. I'm not going to name names. Oh, I think that's right. Yeah, it's Dan Crenshaw, the most liberal, most left-wing person I've ever met in the Congress. I'm just being serious. I mean, structurally, how does that happen?
Well, it happens because we don't go beyond this is not going to apply to the people in the room because you're the hyper-informed. You don't understand how much more informed you are than your neighbor that you didn't invite tonight. I really mean that. Your brother, your mom. Yes, they're Republican. They're voting Republican. They probably have a MAGA hat on. Go Trump. Ask them. Ask them when the last time they voted in a school board election was. Ask them if they even voted in a primary election. We don't do it because we're in a safe, comfortable place. And this happens everywhere. It happens in Wyoming. It's like the reddest state in the union. It's not unique to Texas. If you're a scumbag communist and you want to get elected in a place like Wyoming, you can't run as a Democrat. You can't run as a hard lefty. You throw on some cowboy boots and you buy a shotgun and go out there and take a picture shooting at some pheasants, and you learn how to speak the lingo a little bit, watch a little bit of Tucker Carlson. Now you know what to say, how to deceive exactly, and you find yourself in a position of power, kneecapping people on the right time after time after time. Our controlled opposition problem is so bad, and that's why we always feel like we're playing tug-of-war with Whoopi Goldberg. It just doesn't feel like you can win.
They're framing what's very obviously censorship as an act of self-defense against a foreign adversary. And if that sounds familiar, it should be. It's the same rationale they used to spy on Donald Trump, among other things, once they designated him a tool of Russia. And as always, they're doing all of this in the bluntest, least restrained terms, because it's your fault, actually. Quote, voting against the bill is a vote for the Chinese Communist Party, proclaimed neocon Congressman Dan Crenshaw, the Nikki Haley of Texas. Quote, the opponents of this bill aren't defending free speech. They're defending Chinese access to American data and American minds. Not a good look. You're a bad American if you don't agree with me, says Dan Crenshaw. And the rest of the liars said similar things. And maybe some of them believed it. That is possible, given the median IQ in the Congress. Then on questions of foreign policy, you would not spend a ton of time worrying about Taiwan. It's far away. And honestly, who cares? No. Because you don't have all the money in the world or all the time in the world, you would narrow down your priorities. And you would spend your energy and military might on your own hemisphere, where you and your population actually live. The people you want to protect, they live in the Western Hemisphere. So you would not allow the Chinese government to colonize pretty much every country in the Americas, including Canada and Mexico. No. And you certainly wouldn't let the Chinese, of all people, build the infrastructure in places that you directly control, like the supposedly American Virgin Islands, where the roads are paid for by China. That would be crazy and humiliating and very easy to stop. You wouldn't have to put up with that, so you wouldn't put up with it, not for a second. And just to make sure that China understood you're doing all you could to protect your own people, because that was really your goal, because being Dan Crenshaw, you really care about your own people and your own country. Because of that, you would immediately shoot down any spy balloon from China that floated over Montana. Obviously, that's some of what you would do. And yet, somehow, the U.S. government, even Dan Crenshaw, who really cares about your children, protecting them from China, has done none of that and has no plans to do any of that ever. So China still makes our antibiotics and our vitamins. But what Dan Crenshaw is doing is banning a social media app. And probably not the first social media app Dan Crenshaw will call for banning, or the Biden administration, with the help of Republican leaders, will try to ban. How do those people, as they inevitably do, seize the moral high ground in the opening moments of the ideological battle and position themselves as like the champions of freedom and human rights, when in fact they're monsters? Like, how do they get away with that every single time?
I think it's a direct result of the all volunteer force, which seems a good idea. I'm still supportive of it, but it means it's a very, the people that actually serve, that bear the cost of these overseas efforts, is maybe 0.5% of the population serving. 3 or 4% know that 1%. And then 95% of America has no clue and no skin in the game. And so they're easily bullshitted by the posturing jackasses in Washington.
That's why Dan Crenshaw has a job. Why is it that Republican states tend to have the least sincere Republican? Like Dan Crenshaw, apparently still a member of Congress from the state of Texas, who is zero interest in the U.S. border. All his interest is in the Ukrainian border, the Gaza border. You know, how does a guy like that get elected in a supposedly Republican state?
Well, complacency and life being good makes us soft, right? It's just the fact of life. It's one of those things humanity struggled with. As soon as you get rich or well off or comfortable, how do you keep improving? How do you keep your edge? You rarely do. This is what's happened to red state Republicans. There's nobody more at fault for the condition of this country than red state GOP voters. And people get mad when I say that, but let me just go down the list here. Mitch McConnell, John Cornyn, John Thune, Tillis. I mean, look, you can go down the list. Every dork from Louisiana. The reddest states in this country give us the most putrid Republicans at the federal level. Why does that happen? Because the GOP primary voter in red states lives in a relatively normal place. He lives in comfort. He thinks he's got a red legislature. So he either doesn't vote in primaries. That's mostly the case. He's just going to sit at home. Or even worse, he goes to vote for Senator Dork, who he sees on Fox News every time. Well, Lindsey Graham was on Fox tonight. I guess he's on my side. You should have nothing but disdain for virtually every single senator you see on Fox News. And yet people vote for who they see on television. Well, I met John Thune once, and he was so handsome. He's very clearly on our side. John Thune supported gun control legislation, and John Thune on camera was asked to back up American people owning AR-15s, and the best argument he could make for your liberty, for the Second Amendment, was that, I kid you not, this is on camera, he told people, well, I mean, a lot of people use them to shoot prairie dogs. These are the weapons-grade losers who control the GOP, and they're from the reddest states. Susan Collins is understandable, Tucker. Sorry to get all fired up. It's understandable. She's from Maine. It's from a blue state. Of course, we're going to get some wishy-washy, mealy-mouthed dork from that kind of state. From the Dakotas? The Dakotas are so red, it's crazy. They could have somebody to the right of me if they wanted to, but they don't. Well, I saw him on Fox last night. Oh, just gag me with a fork.
Demand that your elected leaders who are using your money and have your authority and your military, that they do something about it. Your neighborhood looks nothing like it did 10 years ago because of illegal immigration. Well, we have a military on which we spend like $1.5 trillion a year. Why aren't they at the border protecting the country they serve? What is that? I don't understand. And anyone else who doesn't get that immediately is not qualified to represent you. And I actually think it rarely takes a primary. I think if enough people sit down with Congressman X, even someone like Dan Crenshaw or Lindsey Graham, yeah, boo. But I think if you actually sat down with Dan Crenshaw and said, listen, Dan, I get it. You're a little, but I'm kind of on to you now. And we want you to do the following 10 things. And if you don't, we're going to get someone who's aligned with us, and we're going to primary you. And at the very least, we're going to wreck your day. And he'll maybe be like, okay, your concerns are more important than the concerns of my donors. I will actually do what you want. Because in the end, it's not personal. You just want someone to listen to you and help you. That's the whole point of our system. Your representatives are there to help you. And if they're not, then you have to replace them. You have to be serious about it. And they will listen to you. If you are serious, they will listen. And by serious, I don't mean threatening them or jumping up and down, but just call Charlie Kirk, man. There's no one better at that. Hey, Charlie Kirk, I'm calling, I'm a Turning Point Action donor, and I think we should primary so-and-so. Call Charlie Kirk. Probably, yeah, Lindsey Graham, someone should just do that. Not because, I kind of like Lindsey Graham personally, but it is such an insult to the idea of an opposition party. You have two parties. They should not agree with each other on the biggest questions. Because if they do, someone's getting left out of the equation, and that person is you. Someone needs to represent you on the big issues, the things that actually matter. Not just on swimmers at some state college, but on real issues. And anyway, just make them obey. I think that's up to us. Don't be charmed by them. Force them.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. We hope you'll subscribe to it. And by the way, you can hit the little bell on there and get notifications every time we produce a video. We hope you'll do that also.
Guys,
what all did that entail?
The office I worked in was like the Q in James Bond. We were the Q for the CIA and
I know I said late 80s. It's not late 80s.
the intelligence community. So there were different parts of it. Whatever you needed, if you needed a bug, if you needed secret writing or a microdot or a concealment device or whatever you needed, you had to come to us and we'll put something together for you.
What's the most memorable moment from being in disguise for you?
There were a number of them, but one that has to stand out. I went to the White.
I'm sure her husband enjoyed this.
Hey, you want to try the Pam Anderson disguise?
Can you go dust that off the closet, please?
House. And I briefed George H.W. Bush, the
So this would have been late 80s, early 90s when she was doing this for the CIA.
president at the time, while I was wearing a full face mask. So we're sitting like this close together, and I'm telling him that I'm going to show him the best disguise that we have. And he's looking for a bag, like, where is it? I said, well, I'm wearing it, and I'm going to take it off. And I reached to start taking it off, and he said, stop. And he got up and he walked and he looked and he looked at it. He didn't know it was a mask. He wasn't sure what I was wearing. He sat back down. He said, okay. So I took it off, and I was holding it up in the air so he could see it. My whole head. It had hair and a face and a neck.
So you could walk around as someone else.
Absolutely.
And that would be the disguise.
Absolutely. I was chief.
Is it weird? Is it weird? Now, before you answer that, May, before you go in to give in your final judgment of which story is the weirdest, I wanted to show a couple of clips of where we may see such masquery abounding.
A very conservative guy who was very, very.
Oh my gosh, that's a mask.
African American.
Holy cow.
Do you see it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That could be anybody under there. Oh.
You know what I say? You know what I say to
That's
that?
suspicious.
Yeah.
Even that,
Yeah.
look at that eye
Yeah.
socket. Look at the ear. I mean,
Yeah. All right. Well, you decide which is the weirdest: cocaine tools in L.A. or a mask so convincing that even the president of the United States, standing 3 feet away, could tell.
it's tough because like the first one is not shocking, especially where it's coming from LA, Gavin Newsom, that whole fuck show of a state and what's going on. Number two, we all knew it was a thing. I mean, and now it's everyone's just openly talking about it like, oh yeah, we have this. We've been using it. Now we see it with the president that is commander in chief, like, and it's been documented that there is, multiple occasions of somebody in a mask pretending to be him.
I
So
got
we
a
all know
couple
he's
clips of body doubles if we want to just like compare a little bit, because that's sort of the thing going on X right now.
Fight inflation. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro.
This is just a week apart from each other, people. A week apart. He's going to flip-flop back and forth.
Cobb. Bringing down gas prices is a big part of the job. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-democracy. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-American. And here's the good news. Gas prices have dropped every day this summer. That's more than 40 days in a row. Donald Trump lacked the courage to.
That's like when your favorite actor in a TV show like dies or gets kicked off, but they gotta still replace him, and they he keeps the same name and everything, but yeah, that's what that reminds me of.
Now have.
I mean, if you're just listening to this on audio on Fantom Facts Society or podcast, I encourage you switch on over to YouTube and take a gander at it, because I don't.
The 1 minute 30 mark,
Yeah,
or 1 hour 30 mark.
Yeah, I don't know what to. It's so obvious.
Yeah,
It's
that's
so
bad.
obvious.
That one is bad.
It's so bad. I mean, lighting? Are they going to say lighting? I don't know. I get the lighting's brighter, but it's just not the same guy. It's
Fucking
not the
eyes.
same guy. You know what I think of that?
That's suspicious.
podcast for the curious mind. I don't know what that means.
Broadcasting live from a German-made microphone deep within the multifamily bunker. I am Corey Hussing here with Christopher May. And we've got
use that name.
we got I'm excited. I got a email last week from Bart Cybrelli. Remember we had Bart on last week or a couple months ago. It was in October, November somewhere. And he has he reached out to us and he's got exclusive new information he wants to share with our audience. So we're going to play an ad from our sponsor, and then we'll get Bart in here. This from your computer acting like your New Year's resolution broken. Then call Break Fix Professionals. Break Fix Professionals will scan and clean your system for free. That's right, free, and no credit card is required. But that's not all. They are your go-to source for all your misfit PC needs. Windows or Apple, well, it doesn't matter. To Break Fix Professionals, call now at 605-951-9898 or learn more at breakfixpros.com. Break Fix Professionals. If you can't fix your New Year's resolution, at least fix your. And that's Break Fix Pros. Thanks for sponsoring the show. And without further ado,
off at the end.
I know I did cut it off at the end. I don't know. It's very unprofessional. Bart, thanks so much for joining the show.
Sure, glad to be here.
We're dying to find out what's going on here. So last time we had you on, you know, we had we talked for a little over an hour about your recent book that you had come out with, about what you had gone through when you came across your evidence supporting that the moon landing had been faked. And we talked a couple different theories. And around that time, too, you had a confessional you posted on YouTube from someone who had recently passed away. And you sent me this email saying that you had some more information you wanted to share with us. So the floor is yours, Bart.
Well, let's see. First, I wanted to say I really like the writing of your spot, which I assume you did. Is your computer broken like your New Year's resolutions? Oh my God.
Speaking from personal experience.
But does that hit home? As you can tell from my fat stomach, that's not showing.
Hey, it's fluffy. It's fluffy.
Yeah. I stopped drinking. I stopped smoking. I'm down to French fries. That's my
advice. It's a good vice to have.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And I stupidly made 7 New Year's resolutions. Oh my goodness.
7?
Yeah.
Well, at least Break Fix Pros can fix your computer.
Yeah. That's
It doesn't sound like it's going
too
well.
bad one of them wasn't to fix my computer. Oh well. Well, you know, I've discovered along the way a few true journalists out there. In fact, a guy emailed me several months ago, and I'm backed up on about 4 months of emails. I finally contacted him. He's this gentleman in his 70s who's was a big CEO of a publishing house in New York, and I think a Pulitzer Prize winning author who's a true journalist. And he congratulated me on, I guess, discovering figuring out the moon landing fraud. I'm sure I had divine help in that regard. And it was good to know there's true journalists out there. A couple of years ago, I was contacted by someone from a newspaper in Europe called The Sun, apparently very popular. I hadn't heard about it. I look it up. It's a, quote, tabloid, like the National Enquirer, maybe not to that degree. So I'm like, But their reporter was more like a genuine reporter than anyone I've met in 20 years. And they filed Freedom of Information Acts at Cannon Air Force Base, where we know the moon landing was filmed. And they, wanted this fact verified and this fact verified. And I'm like, gee whiz, is a tabloid the only true journalism left? And so what I wanted to talk about, Corey and Chris, is something that's not in the book. And basically, I mentioned those 2 other points to maybe have some of sleuth of your viewers, listeners, help us investigate something. Now, there were several things in the book. My book is at Sabrel, S as in Sam, I, B as in boy, REL, Sabrel.com.
It's an audiobook that I read. It's also Kindle and print. And in that book, I mention many things that are not in my infamous film, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, including a deathbed confession from someone who was there when they filmed the fake moon landing at Cannon Air Force Base. That video that you mentioned that I just recently uploaded after the book was published mentions his name, which is not in the book. And his name was Cyrus Eugene Akers. It's been verified. He did work at Cannon Air Force Base. He was the chief military police officer in charge of that base. We've also found out that Cannon Air Force Base is pretty much the headquarters of the CIA or the special ops of the entire Air Force. And then Bill Casing, who I previously interviewed, I had to go through my own archives. In one interview, I thought, didn't he say something about the Air Force? He said the faking of the moon landing was supervised by General Sam Phillips of the United States Air Force. And sure enough, it was shot at an Air Force base. So what we need help on, and what I wanted to disclose now that his son is dead and he didn't want to have to deal with this publicity while he himself was dying of cancer. The real thing that his father confessed to him on his deathbed was more than just the moon landing fraud. And I take it to be, in a way, more serious, at least on a personal level. People who are dying are very concerned about what's going to happen to them after they die, right? Is there a God? And is there a judgment? And how will I fare in that judgment? The Bible says that King David was a man after God's own heart, and yet he committed adultery and murdered her husband to cover it up. He repented. He paid a penalty in this life for that, but it certainly appears that his repentance was genuine, and he confessed that he did it. So, as best as I can tell, when the new life happens, he will be there. So, what Cyrus Eugene Akers wanted to confess that was most important to him was that he murdered a coworker to keep it a secret. And we don't know whether he was given an order to do that or if he did that on his own initiative as the chief of security. But apparently someone he worked with who was there in the airplane hangar at Cannon Air Force Base on June 3rd, 2nd, and 1st of June of 1968, who also eyewitnessed the faking of the moon landing. He murdered that person because they were going to turn whistleblower and go to a journalist and basically tell the world what he thought was an immoral thing that his federal government did, which was the faking of the moon landing. And so he murdered him so that the secret would not get out. That was the most important thing for Cyrus Eugene Akers to confess on his deathbed. Then he went on to say that the reason why he did it was to cover up the moon landing fraud. So, in court, an eyewitness has a lot of testimony. If I witness someone shoot somebody, that has great weight. And he eyewitnessed the faking of the moon landing. In fact, stood beside President Johnson while they faked it. And President Johnson gave him a list of 15 people who were allowed in to observe it. And we published that list in the book at Sabrell.com. And then courts also take extra weight when it is a deathbed confession because the person has nothing to lose. Therefore, it adds even more weight to it being truthful. A person is not going to confess a homicide on their deathbed unless it's true. And if he says the reason was because he was covering up the fake moon landing that he eyewitnessed at Cannon Air Force Base, you better believe it's true. In fact, also not in the book, the son thought it was his duty to call the police. So the military police were involved. They investigated it, and we don't know to what degree they did anything about it. See, now the military covered up the moon landing fraud to begin with, and it caused a pretty serious falling out between the father and son in the last days of the father's life. And that's why the son has a different legal name than the father, because he changed his name, wanting to distance himself from his father, who was a murderer. And so if we can find out if there's a good journalist out there, whether you're professional or just a good digger of facts, there's somebody at Cannon Air Force Base who worked there in 1968 or 1969 who either died under mysterious, questionable circumstances, or they just went missing and were never found. Now, if we can figure out who that is, because Clovis, New Mexico, where the base is located, is a small city and may have archives physical of something during that time. There may be an elderly journalist who works at a local newspaper or is retired from a local newspaper who may recall something like that. The police in Clovis, New Mexico may have some sort of record of that. So what I'm asking help for is that it seems quite possible within the grasp of possibility that we can find out who this murdered person was, and that, their family should be notified for closure if in fact they were murdered and didn't die of some quote accident on the base, or if they went missing and never knew what happened to them. We can now know, because any missing person in June of 1968 or 69 who worked at Cannon Air Force Base, or someone who died of some weird accident, now we know it was a homicide. So that's the more important information. I can now talk about that, and I think it's important. And it'd be one thing if the government faked the moon landing and killed nobody. You would almost respect their cleverness. But if you read my book, Moon Man, at Sabrell.com, you'll note that the second to the last chapter of the book is, quote, NASA's greatest fear is the name of it. Because there was information I was told that I did not put in the film because those people were still alive and they asked me not to. And I was able to put in the book. And that is the testimony of Betty Grissom, who I interviewed for 4 hours, and her son, Scott Grissom, who I interviewed for 3 hours. They are the widow and the orphan of the man who would have been the first man to walk on the moon, who came home from work on January 26, 1967, and told his wife, who told me, for some strange reason, for the first time ever, the CIA agents are all over the launch pad. And the very next day, the guy's dead. And in fact, the CIA came to his home, confiscated reports he was filing to Congress about, the ineptitude at NASA and how they were a decade away from going to the moon, not 2 years. They confiscated that from his home before they even told his widow that he was dead. So we know that the federal government murdered Gus Grissom and Ed White and Roger Chaffee because they wouldn't cooperate with the faking of the moon landing. Not my testimony. That's the testimony of the dead man's wife. And it was really his testimony before he died that the CIA, was there. And he was known as a whistleblower long before his death, where he held an impromptu press conference and hung a lemon on the spacecraft at the top and invited in the media without permission to photograph a lemon that the guy who's going to be the first man to walk on the moon thinks the thing is a piece of junk. And all his fellow astronauts were, very proud of him, but tried not to hang out with him too much for fear, literally, there might be a lightning bolt that's going to hit him and they don't want to be nearby. And so they were right. That happened. And so we have a string of homicides that can be proven from deathbed testimonies and eyewitness testimonies of CIA agents mysteriously appearing the day before 3 people die and never again. So this is our federal government. They're taking money, $200 billion in today's dollars, to pretend to go to the moon. And then we're paying a third of our labor, and federal income tax is paying not only to be deceived, it's paying to hire the CIA agents and pay for their hardware to murder our fellow citizens who are trying to expose their crimes. So this is a pretty serious thing. And when Orwell said, whoever controls the past controls the future, as long as our federal government keeps lying and saying in the past the moon landings are real when they're not, then those same criminals are controlling our destiny today and in the future until the truth of the moon landing fraud comes out.
That's quite the thing to be holding on to for this period of time.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's only gotten worse. You know, everything improves over time. Car engines and digital watches and everything, including wickedness, including corruption. And when someone robs a bank and gets away with $1 million, they rob a bank next time for 2 million. And their skill on how to rob banks keeps getting better and better and better. And if you have 3,000 architects and engineers saying it's a mechanical impossibility for a pinhole airplane to bring down a steel framed skyscraper, that means that traitors within our own government did that. And this is very serious. They're murdering their own people, right? Robert McNamara, on his deathbed, said that the whole reason why the Vietnam War was started, the Pearl Harbor of that day, the Gulf of Tonkin, alleged attack from a North Vietnamese ship on an American ship, he said that never happened. They just made it up.
Yep.
And that led to the death of 3 million people, including 58,220 Americans. So I think if they're willing to kill 58,000 of their own people, they're willing to fake an image on a television, pretending they're on them when they're not, right?
That is acknowledged now as truth. I mean, there's no conspiracy theory about the Gulf of Tonkin. It's widely known and documented that it was faked. And there's several cases of that where there's fake attacks or attacks that were encouraged by our side to promote a ideology. We had Richard Gage on, who's an architect and is the founding member of Architects and Engineers for 9/11, and the stuff they talked about makes you wonder. And it always goes back to the CIA and the Air Force. And we did a series on Jolly West, who was a psychiatrist for the CIA, one of the original founders of psychiatry for the CIA, amongst 4 others. And he operated out of Lackland Air Force Base. And so, I just find it interesting that this filming took place on an Air Force base. There was Air Force people involved. Do we know the name of this person he killed?
No, that's why we need help. He never said, to my knowledge, who it was. Maybe he did to the military police when they showed up at his house to investigate it. But we should have enough clues to be able to find out. We can, or somebody can, I'm trying to put this behind me, dig up the records of that time of Clovis, New Mexico, and see who died from 1968 or 69, who was an employee of Cannon Air Force Base, or who went missing during that time. It's probably just 1 or 2 people. And so we then know who it is, right? And I think that's important to know, especially if you're the family of that murdered person who, I don't know, they killed him. So they either said he just disappeared, or they said, he was run
military
over
accident
by accident. Yeah. Got run over by a tractor or something on base. I don't know.
Did he say how he was killed, or?
No, for whatever reason, I just imagined a bullet in the back of the head by surprise is the methodology they used, snuck up on him and put a bullet in his head. And
was it, you don't really know any of the details surrounding, you just know that his father killed someone. You don't know if he walked in on the studio while they were filming, or?
No, it was a person who observed the faking of the moon landing, and apparently they were friends. And he apparently confided in him that he thought this was wrong, and that deceiving the public and the world and scientists to this degree is wrong morally. And he's going to tell a reporter about it. And so either he took it on as his initiative to get rid of that problem, or he was ordered to do it and did it. But in either case, he did kill somebody. He confessed so. Felt remorse for it, wanted to be right with God. And now we have this missing piece we need to put in of who was this person that got murdered. It was an employee of Cannon Air Force Base in 1968 or 69. They either, confessed it before the actual broadcast of it, or afterwards. Something, either they were motivated, pushed over the edge to tell the public shortly after they eyewitnessed it, or when they saw it on TV, and that infuriated them that the public was falling for it, and that it was at that time that they wanted to tell the public. So the death either occurred in 68 or 69, and they lived in Clovis, New Mexico, and worked at Cannon Air Force Base, probably some military person, and quite possibly a military police officer. So somebody can find that out. That it's not too difficult a task to research journalists who are around at that time, who are still alive, newspapers, or police reports. The police had to be notified in Clovis, New Mexico, even if a death occurred on the base, it was still within their jurisdiction as far as territory. Now the MPs may have just told them, well, it was an accident and they bought it, or the person went missing, which is just as likely, if not potentially more likely. So there's some person who worked at Cannon Air Force Base in 68 or 69 who just went missing. And that's got to be recorded in the local police log or newspaper somewhere. And that could be found, or someone will have a memory of it as well. It's a pretty small town.
Yeah. Why are you did you interview the father or just the son?
Just the son. The son recorded the interview on camera and wondered, is my father crazy? Why is he saying this stuff? And then during the 50th anniversary, the son saw me, I think on an HBO TV special, and gauged that I was a sincere person. And he had been sitting on this information for all that time and thought that he could trust me, of all people, with that information, because he saw that I was sincere. And so I get these emails all the time. Oh, I've got this great, additional proof that the moon landings were fake. And I'm like, well, I'm sure I've heard it before. And it's always something I heard before, or it's not great proof at all. And he says, well, you got to call me. I'm like, just tell me. Oh, call me. Just tell me. And I'm like, well, okay. I will. I'm the type of person who will overturn a million rocks to find one clue. I'll do it if that's what it takes. So I called up the guy, and lo and behold, it was breathtakingly new information while I'm editing my book, Moon Man. Time enough to include it. And so, this is pretty scary stuff. I wrote a screenplay not too long ago that I needed an occupation for this particular character, and I chose indirectly that of Cyrus Eugene Akers, being a military assassin who would execute what they considered to be whistleblowers or spies. And that's where I got the idea from. The film is not about faking the moon land or anything like that, but it's about a person who is dying, who regrets that they killed one or more people, and trying to make things right before they, leave this world.
Did you at any point feel like maybe this guy was just looking to give himself attention when he came up to this, or what type of pushback did you give before you yourself was convinced that this was the real story?
Well, I remember when I was first put in touch with Bill Casing, and I had saw Bill Casing on television when I was 14 years old, and 10 years later, when I was 24, I was editing a film one day for the guy who had produced that TV show I had seen all those years earlier. And so I'm thinking, well, it's possible they did fake the moon landing. And if so, what would I do if I were them? I might have killed off Bill Casing and put in a proxy to pretend to be him, so that whistleblowers would go to him and they could know who the whistleblowers are. So just calling Bill Casing as a 24-year-old was half a lifetime ago. I, just in case, called from a payphone across the street. And after about talking, if you've ever seen an interview with Bill Casey, you know, he's pretty down home, grandfatherly country boy, sort of, and hippie, really. And you can tell pretty quickly that he's the genuine article. And when you talk to somebody, you use your own discernment to know whether the person is genuine or not. And no one's going to confess to a murder on their deathbed unless it's true. And if he says to him, that's the more serious offense. The fact that he played a small part in faking the moon landing is secondary to the crime of murdering another human being, and especially about to meet God face to face and wanting to increase your chances of not, you know, being condemned on Judgment Day.
Especially, it sounds like it was someone he was friendly with too. So that had
Well,
to
he told his son. That's who he told it to, and his son took it very seriously and called the police, or military police were involved, and that caused a falling out from them as father and son during the last days of the father's life. He also had a video recording of the confession, which was destroyed, I believe, by the CIA when their house mysteriously caught on fire with the tape inside of it. And then, of course, after I talked to him, he was met by 2 government agents who threatened to kill him if he ever spoke to me again. So that was less than 2 years ago. So the government is very concerned that the truth about the moon landing fraud will come out, because the very next can of worms they're going to have to open up is the Apollo 1 fire. And then the public will know not only did they fake the moon landing, they murdered their own hero astronauts to cover it up. And so that's what the government is really concerned about, is the homicides that took place targeting honest people to cover up dishonest people's crimes, who are still running the government today. They're and their like-minded club members, apprentices, whatever you want to call it. So
Sunshine brings up a question, and I think it's valid. Like, why does it have to have been recorded? Why would they have to contact the police? It seems like in this type of a situation, maybe the guy just disappears.
You're talking about the person he murdered?
Yeah.
Right?
I believe that's what she's talking about, yeah.
Oh, well, the contact was made when the son was told, I think in 2004, that his father murdered somebody. He called the police. He says, you know, I can't just let this slide. This is a serious crime. The police need to know about it. The police and or the military police were involved, and that angered the father so much he, you know, broke off relations with his son, and his son changed his last name legally to be disassociated from his father. Whatever happened to that investigation, I don't know. Probably it's kept secret because it involved the faking of the moon landing and an illegal execution done by the military. So that's unconstitutional in a number of ways, and that much we do know now. So whoever that person was who was killed, they either disappeared or they claimed that it was an accident. You know,
Do you think they tried to erase the erase the record of this person entirely?
Well, you can't really make a person disappear who's got family members in the city unless you kill all of them. Then you have to kill their family members and so on. Yeah. So they probably just had the guy vanish and, you know, suggest he ran away with another woman, or they killed him and covered it up and made it look like it was not assassination. They could have, if he had a bullet wound in the back of the head, throw him on the street, take his wallet and beat him up a little bit and say he got robbed. You know, they could have done it that way. So
it seems like it seems like with this type of an operation, though, you know, you want to just erase this person's body completely, especially if you're covering up something as severe as the.
Yeah, if I were to pick which two happened, did they fake an accidental death or did the guy just disappear? My gut tells me he probably just disappeared. So that means there's a missing persons report with the local police and probably mentioned in the newspaper sometime in 1968 or 69 in Clovis, New Mexico. So that's a paper trail. So whoever turned up missing from 1968 to 1969 in Clovis, New Mexico, and if they coincidentally happen to have been in the military serving at Cannon Air Force Base, then that's the person. End of story. So, and then you know who it was. And then you can further investigate that homicide and at least let the family know that this is what happened to that person.
Yeah, I heard you mention you want to put this behind you. You're trying to move on from having to focus on this. I mean, you've dedicated a lot of your time towards the faking of the moon landing and what the government's done. Are you trying to move on past that?
Well, yeah, the book, which is at Sabrel.com and audio.
She take my money when I'm in need. Yeah, she's a trifling friend indeed. Oh, she's a gold digger, way over town that digs on me. She take my money. Now I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't fucking with no broke niggas. She take me money. Now I ain't saying she a gold digger when I'm in need, but she ain't fucking with no broke niggas. Get down, girl. Go ahead, get down. I gotta leave. Get down, girl. Go ahead, get down. I gotta leave. Get down, girl. Go ahead, get down. I gotta leave. Get down, girl. Go ahead, get down. Cutie the bomb, met her at a beauty salon with baby Louis Vuitton. I take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa. To the candy shop, yeah. Want one taste of what I got. I have you spending all you got. Come on, keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa. Don't care what you're with, how do you want it? You gon' back that thing up or should I push up on it? Temperature rising, okay, let's go to the next level. Dance floor jam-packed, hot as a tea kettle. I'll break it down for you now, baby, it's simple. If you be a nympho, I'll be a nympho. In the hotel or in the back of the rental, on the beach or in the park, it's whatever you winnow. Got the magic stick, I'm the love doctor. Had your friends teasing you about how sprung I got you. Wanna show me you can work it, baby, no problem. Get on top and get the bounce around like a low rider. I'm a seasoned vet when it come to this shit. After you work up a sweat, you can play with the stick. I'm trying to explain, baby, the best way I can. I'm melting your mouth, girl, not in your head. Take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa. Into the candy shop. Want one taste of what I got. I have you spending all you got. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa. What we do, and where we do, the things we do, are just between me and you. Yeah, oh yeah. Give it to me, baby, nice and slow. Climb on top, ride like you in a rodeo. You ain't never heard a sound like this before, cause I ain't never put it down like this. Soon as I come through the door, she get the pulling on my zipper. It's like it's a race, who could get undressed quicker. Isn't it ironic how erotic it is to watch her in thongs? Had me thinking about that ass after I'm gone. I touched the right spot at the right time. Lights on, the lights off, she like it from behind. So seductive, you should see the way she whine. Her hips in slow-mo on the floor when we grind. Long as she ain't stopping, homie, I ain't stopping. Dripping wet with sweat, man, it's on and popping. On my champagne campaign, bottle after bottle is on. Then we gon' sip till every bubble and every bottle is gone. Take you to the candy shop, I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa. Into the candy shop, yeah. I have you spending all you got. Come on, keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa. Take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa. Give it to me, baby, nice and slow. Climb on top while I let you in the rodeo. You ain't never heard a sound like this before, cause I ain't never put it down like this. Soon as I come through the door, she get the pulling on my zipper. It's like it's a race, who can get undressed quicker? Isn't it ironic how erotic it is to watch her in thongs?
Wake me up inside.
Wake up.
Wake me up inside.
Save me.
Call my name and save me from the dark. Bid my blood to run.
Wake up.
Before I come undone.
Save me.
Save me from the nothing I've become. Can you see into my eyes like open doors, leading you down into my core, where I've become so numb, without a soul, my spirit sleeping cold, until you find it there and lead it back home. Wake me up inside.
Wake up.
Wake me up inside.
Save me.
Call my name and save me from the dark.
Almost heaven, West Virginia. Blue Ridge
mountain, Shenandoah River. Life is older than the trees. Mountains blowing like a breeze. Oh, Lord, yeah. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home, country roads, yeah. All my memories gather around her. Miner's lady, stranger to water. Dark and dusty on the sky. There's a teardrop in my eye. Oh, Lord, yeah. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home, country roads, yeah.
In the fields,
Broadcasting live from the Free Speech Studios. Deep within the city of Fountain. With over 4 years of satisfying the curious mind and looking damn sexy while doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, Fantom Facts Society.
Oh no! Oh no! We gotta go back. We gotta go back.
Start over.
Foolishness on my part. Happy hump day, everybody.
Oh, baby.
Deep into the week. Big news today. Big news dropping an hour ago. I don't know if you've seen this, May. Huge news dropping an hour ago. We're not going to talk about it quite yet. All right? Because it has to deal with, little kid diddlers and islands.
Oh, kid diddlers and islands.
I don't know if
If you like those kid diddlers and islands, call in to Fantom Facts.
Live call-in show to everyone watching tonight. We will be posting the link in the comments. Welcome all 20 of you to a wonderful Fantom Facts night. I am your host, Fantom Facts Society, here with my wonderful co-host, Chris. I'm thinking of changing it to online persona. Huh? Everyone's got an online persona. Maybe I go to Redbeard.
Oh.
Redbeard's not bad. I've only got a few years left before this all turns white.
Mm-hmm.
And then
you giving Santa a run for his money or what?
Well, if the missus ever tries to get me to shave it, I can say it's a copyrighted beard.
True.
I can't get rid of this for business reasons as much as, let's be honest, she'll never want me to shave this, so that's not going to happen. Happy anniversary to the research director and I.
Ooh, happy anniversary.
Is it 2 years and haven't had one fight? So, well done. Well done.
Is that real life?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Jesus.
Well, everyone kind of fights.
Well,
You don't.
yeah,
you
no.
don't. You don't fart in bed, and she's like, "Fuck you," you know.
That's
Fart
not
in the
a,
bathroom.
that's not a fight. That's not a fight.
Oh,
that's not a fight.
She didn't want to fight you after dry cooking that pork tenderloin.
No. But I did notice that she hasn't let me attempt that again since,
That's kind of your winning, I
keep
think,
it-
right?
that's-
It's like when you throw something pink in the red or in the washer, and
Right.
you ruin all the clothes.
Right. Is that you do that on purpose and then play it off XNL? Is that dating advice coming here from
No.
Fantom Facts Live?
I'm not a dating professional.
Listen, this is not dating advice. This is marriage advice. So you're saying to get out of laundry, a man could.
A man could.
Because let's take a reverse role here for people who want to call this a gender. Now, if it was reversed, how upset would you be? Your clothes are pink.
I mean, as you can see, I am kind of pasty, so I don't think pink would look terrible on my, complexion.
You're not upset. You're not upset. This is the thing that doesn't bother you.
Plus,
That's
I'll
why-
go buy more clothes.
Yes. Oh, comment from
Just
yeah, I
everybody
did
has.
make homemade pizza. I'm perfecting the homemade pizza thing.
Did you get a pizza oven or what?
No, I'm just I'm doing poor man pizzas.
In the oven?
In the oven, but you got to
Nice.
crank it up to like 550.
You almost
You know
got to
what
put
I
it on
mean?
the broil.
Well, and you see, that's what they say. Finish it off with a broil. But I did not let it cook in the oven long enough before I went to broil phase. So I'm trying to master that jump between the two,
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a work in progress, but it still came out. It was a hamburger pizza. Yeah, delightful. But yeah, that's how I celebrate anniversaries, is thoughtful chores being done.
That is smart.
I forget what you called those chores years ago. What are those chores called? It's like, excuse me, you can't remember either. That's fine.
No, I don't think we want to dig that up.
We don't. I just remember it being a fond memory where me and we heard about that. Oh, I suppose we should get to the breaking news.
Yeah.
Might be a good start. Okay, so this literally just popped up before we went live. It's all over X. By the way, welcome everyone to the previously #1 night show on X here at Fantom Facts Society. Let me see, where is it? Puppies. I'm all excited, dude. All right, here it is. Here we go.
Last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk is when can we see them and what's
Everyone's been asking this. You've been asking this. I've been asking this. Where the freak are the Epstein files?
taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse, there are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims. 200. So we have over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. But other than that, I think tomorrow, the personal.
Did she say tomorrow?
She said, I think tomorrow.
Is it going to be all redacted though?
She's Jesse. I feel like backed her in a corner here.
Yeah.
Because she's like, I mean, I think. How do you not know? You would know.
Yeah.
I didn't watch her eyes. Let's watch her eyes before she continues here, right? Like, of course, she's a skilled lawyer who was under the guise of Ron DeSantis. So I'm sure the eye trick doesn't really work. But every now and then, they slip up. So let's see.
But other than that, I think tomorrow, the personal information of victims. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information.
I think tomorrow you're going to see some Epstein.
What a tease.
And I'm looking on X right now, all right? Alex Jones, 500,000 people. Trump's DOJ has officially Epstein files, Ian Carroll. I mean, all these guys. And that's not what I heard. That is not what I heard. I heard some, maybe. That's literally what she said, isn't it?
Yep.
And
maybe I'm wrong, people. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Alex Jones and Ian Carroll are right. But to me, man, like what is she going to release tomorrow? And why isn't Jesse Waters asking, are we going to get the names of the people who flew? Or are we going to get the video?
make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. But other than that, I think tomorrow, the personal information of victims. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah. What you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information. But it's pretty sick what that man did.
Okay. Well,
along with his co-defendant.
Absolutely. And he had help. That's for sure.
He sure did.
I don't know, people. I don't know. I do not want to wait till I know May's dealing with important stuff here. But yeah, I get it. We're all excited. We were told by Kash Patel, oh, it's going to immediately get released. I do think we have breaking news right now from the FBI headquarters. Let me see if I can find that here. It's breaking news. Hate to miss this right here, Oh, yeah, here it is.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm. Wait. Everybody, calm down.
I don't know, people. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited with all of you. I feel like, hey, we've got a real opportunity. We've got a real opportunity to expose some people. But after last week's episodes, I'm curious. I mean, and what is with these surprising document dumps? What is with these surprising document dumps? Last second, everything's last second. It's just there's something being hidden.
That's what I'm saying. She worded it to the point where I'm gonna tease you. You're gonna get maybe a little. It's just like because everyone's gonna be so jammed up and excited, and then it's gonna come out, and it's gonna be cool that it comes out. Something comes out, but I don't know if it's gonna I don't know how much steam it's gonna carry. Yeah. Or do you think it carries a bunch of steam, even with just a little info? Because we've been trying to
see. Here's the thing: are they going to be able to come out a little info, and then let's say they come out with a little bit of info. We all dive into it through the weekend. I mean, it's got to be everything. I mean, honestly, dude, I don't know.
No, you're right. It has to be everything.
And how are they? I mean, have you seen what's going on in Italy right now? The Italian prime minister, the former Italian prime minister. So the lady in there now is very Italian first. They'll call her fascist on AP and BBC, but we know that they're all getting paid to call her fascist. She's just a very make Italy great again type of gal, but she's not trying to fuck over anyone. She's just being stringent with laws. And
is that a bad thing?
No, it's a good thing. It's not like she's abusing the laws. She's just not letting migrants in. She's, protecting their culture, all that shit.
Good.
And it's starting to feed over to the people. So the former prime minister, he was the one. Now, if you remember, COVID went from China to Italy and then to us. And Italy got hit really hard. And then they got the vaccinations and they got hit hard again. And so this is the reaction from people that see this ex-prime minister walking around the streets, and they say this is everywhere. Now, I don't know if that's true, but that is what, I'll take this guy's word for it here.
Assassino! 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 Bastardo assassino! 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 Guarda, 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 ma va, bastardo, l'avete pure protetto, bravi, bravi, bravi.
I mean, like, I can't take angry Italians seriously.
No, not at all.
I mean, I can take
That's about the meads, about meads.
It just sounds like you're whining about it the whole time. It's like, what happened to this lady? She lost her receipt? No, her son died from police violence. What? It's like the same tone, no matter what. It's like, and to my Italian friends, I apologize.
They didn't deserve that. No, they didn't deserve that.
That's a horrible impersonation. It's, we're better than that here. That's why we are the top 10 in the top 10, ladies and gentlemen, of top live shows here on X. Alex Jones hitting 500,000. So we're not, we're not too far behind. I think we're 499,985 behind. So let's keep it going.
Night's young.
Night's young. And you tell me, slow down. Should we watch more of this clip of the Italians freaking out at the prime minister, or did we get the idea?
I think we got the idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm trying. I mean, I wanted to drag it out a little bit.
Did you?
Well, here's why I brought the clip.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that once these names are released, we're going to see similar type of actions for these people?
I don't think you gave him a heads up. You gave him you didn't give him 24 hours, but you gave him a heads up, man. You ain't going to see any of these people.
Just destroyed that monster.
You're not going to. Why would you see anybody? They got the call sign to, hey, it's coming. So
Katy Perry. What happens if someone like Katy Perry? Now, I know we're thinking like Oprah, Tom Hanks. These people shoot off to Greece or New Zealand. But what about some of these other artists that aren't as established? You know what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
You don't understand what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
there's going to be some. They're not going to let everyone get away.
Yeah, true.
I think right now the discussion probably was, who do we get for what, and who else do we keep for leverage?
Yes. I could see that. That's a very good point.
And so, who are they sacrificing here? And they got to sacrifice some Republicans, But maybe I'm not gonna say it, but no, because as I was going to think about it, it didn't make sense.
Oh, okay.
It didn't make sense. I wanted to, but it didn't make sense.
I mean, if they sacrifice Katy Perry, it's dumping bazookas out in the street. Shame, shame, shame. Game of Thrones style.
Well, I mean, is that wrong though?
No.
You know what I mean? Oops, sorry. Here, the research director sent me this little clip here. Give me a sec here. I'll pull it up.
Oh boy,
a little sloppy. You feeling okay there, buddy? Boo. This is from Shadow of Ezra. He said one of Jeffrey Epstein's first victims, a Maria Farmer, exposed his operation as a disturbing system of Jewish supremacy, where she was segregated and treated as inferior. She recalled how Epstein's circle saw themselves as the chosen race, believing their DNA made them superior to others. According to Farmer, their behavior resembled a cult, openly demeaning and looking down on non-Jewish people as if they were lesser. Do you want to see this clip?
I sure do.
I wasn't allowed to go get food. And when I called Ghislaine and asked why I couldn't eat there, she said, it's a Jewish country club. You're not Jewish. They're not going to serve you. This is how this woman spoke to me. Yeah, this is how these people think, Whitney. They, honest to God, think their DNA is better than everybody else. I swear to you. It was a theme all the time with them. With Eileen Guggenheim, with, Jeffrey Epstein, with Ghislaine. It was a theme. Jeffrey was a lot less horrible than Ghislaine as far as a human being, like just being around, because she was raping just as many children.
So the country club, you weren't allowed to go because it was
know.
only for, people of a certain religion
Jewish
and
people.
ethnicity. Okay, so
Religious.
that's unfortunate.
I mean, they could cut you down, and it was so morally devastating. You just felt useless as a human being when you were told you're nothing because you're not Jewish, you're stupid, you're useless, a useless white girl, a poor little peasant. Just the things that I was called, I was just like, I believed it, because it was like a cult, the problem. Yeah, you wouldn't believe the way Jeffrey and Ghislaine spoke about African Americans. It was like, it made my skin crawl. Anybody who was not Jewish, and you can write about this, but the way they spoke about them, it was really horrifying. And it showed me a great deal about how these people truly believe that they're chosen to do something here. I don't know. It's unbelievable to me. And it was every one of them, the way they spoke. And one time I heard Isabel say to her mother, Eileen, "Mommy, why do you call Maria a nobody?" And she said, "Honey, Isabel, Maria is not a Jew. She is a nobody."
Well, it is worth
So you
pointing.
can see why for about 20
that type
years.
of stuff I might actually include just because the Maxwell family have
You
ties
should
to
include
this
it.
group
You
that's,
should include it.
What's it called? Chabad Lubavitch. And group
got it.
openly talks about how only Jews are human and the rest of human beings are like cattle, basically.
It's interesting. In ancient times, it's like Amaret or Hamaret or something like that. They would refer to it was like a dearth beneath their feet type of reference. Yeah, this reminded me of that. All right,
Yeah.
all right. Well,
That's
way
the
to
vibes
go.
I got.
I think our research director might be a little,
Jewish.
No, the other way around.
Oh.
She's throwing a lot of anti-Jewish stuff out here lately. Listen, we're trying to get away from that today.
Yeah, I thought we put a.
I don't know how
pin in it.
often. I don't know how
This is like the
often-
gay pride episode all over again. Just a
First of all,
14 days of just celebration. Oh gosh.
That was you can thank Trump. That's no longer a thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Daddy Trump.
DEI, even it got here. It was ugly. It got ugly. Listen, do you think what should be the question of the night? Do you think we will get the full Epstein list, or do you think that it was used for blackmail by the Trump administration?
Ooh.
Maybe that's too deep of a question. I get it. It's
I don't think we're gonna get the full thing, but I don't know about the blackmail part. I'm sure there are some kind of deals or something being made right now, but I don't know. I think just the way that Bondi phrased it right there, I think she was pretty careful with what she said and how to put it in context. So I don't know.
we will find out. That's for sure.
It's not like it's gonna drop. Or do you think it'll drop at midnight, or it'll be like 8 in the morning?
I think it's probably like I don't know.
Business hours.
I would assume so. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you? Yeah. All right.
Right at lunch, everybody's phone just gets a ding, and it's just pure hell breaks loose.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna probably stream it live with Constitution.
Oh, okay.
If it goes live during the day, which I assume it will. I expect it to be a bunch of nothing, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, call 1-833 Fantoms, FANTOMS. If
not the little F. We
not the
stepped
little
up to the
F.
big F.
I seen that, bothered me. Had to pull it back down, rewrite it, yell at the staff.
I mean,
but we
you
got
know,
it fixed.
I remember my first job.
I know. Sometimes you can't hire these guys worth a heck.
I mean, sometimes you can't sleep with the staff, but hey.
All right, man. Epstein. I mean, I'm excited.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited. It's not acknowledge.
Yeah, I know. No, yeah, the Epstein and then hopefully the JFK. I mean, I don't know. I was kind of tracking Richard's progress with the 9/11 and Building 7 and all that, and it seems like they're picking steam up and getting the right people to look at it. So who knows? It might just be a march of chaos.
The Ides of March.
The Ides of March.
Listen, this is my realm right here. Birthday is in March. I'm a Pisces, which I don't believe in any of that, but makes it sound cool around this time. So
what are you compatible with if you're a Pisces?
Have no clue.
Right answer.
Have no clue. I passed. I did good. I did good.
Yeah.
I'm compatible with the research director. That's who I'm compatible with.
There you go.
Our moon cycles line up.
Oh, that's what wins. You gotta have that good moon cycle.
Bro, you don't know. You don't know how important a complete moon cycle. Listen, guys. Right now, the Dr. Boyce Marathon Secrets to Black Economics is beating us single-handedly at 192. And I get it. Black economics is fascinating, but it's not that fascinating. It's not that fascinating.
Oh. And I see Brett Murphy with his bullshit again with the country music. I just
killing it. And you know what? I broke down the other night and I just popped it on to see what it was. Solid gold country hits.
Oh, so it's Brooks and Dunn and stuff?
Yes, yeah. Yeah. They were playing what's that guy that retired and became a trucker? Oh, what's that guy? I think he's a trucker out of Tennessee.
Oh boy, I don't know.
Stars and stripes, eagles fly. Oh, God damn it! You know who that is?
No, I don't. I don't know. I don't know who that is.
It's it's like Aaron something. You got to stand
Aaron
for
Taylor?
something, but you'll fall for anything. God damn it! Don't make me.
Can we
I'll look it up.
Live show his show just a minute just to see?
You work on that. You work on that. I gotta find out who this guy is.
All right, let's see here.
Aaron Tippin?
Oh yeah, Aaron Tippin. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, he was cranking out some old Aaron Tippin. I was like, God damn it, that's good. God damn it, that's good. But yeah, so that's what we're up against right now. Dr. Boyce Marathon, 200 people, but we're holding true at 22, which we're not about numbers, we're about quality. May.
Yeah, true.
You and I. That's what losers tell themselves. So let's. It's
Cause you had a bad day.
All right. You know who had a bad day?
Who?
Dan Crenshaw.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah, dude.
He has a good. They do a great job of scrubbing a lot of shit off the internet for old Danny boy.
No, he's having a bad day. He's having a bad day. It's all over X. It's over for him on X. So he's completely lost X. Yeah, and you can't pick a fight with Tucker. He owns like 3/4 of the media, bud. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he owns. This is what Crenshaw was pissed off about with Tucker.
Oh. And you certainly wouldn't let the Chinese, of all people, build the infrastructure in places that you directly control, like the supposedly American Virgin Islands, where the roads are paid for by China.
That would be crazy and humiliating and very easy to stop. You wouldn't have to put up with that, so you wouldn't put up with it, not for a second. And just to make sure that China understood you're doing all you could to protect your own people, because that was really your goal, because being Dan Crenshaw, you really care about your own people and your own country. Because of that, you would immediately shoot down any spy balloon from China that floated over Montana. Obviously, that's some of what you would do. And yet, somehow, the U.S. government, even Dan Crenshaw, who really cares about your children, protecting them from China, has done none of that and has no plans to do any of that ever. So China still makes our antibiotics and our vitamins. But what Dan Crenshaw is doing is banning a social media app.
Okay.
Oh, Danny boy.
Now, would you like to, we talked about this last show, but why don't you give us a recap of what old Danny Crenshaw, should we call him Danny, Daniel?
Hold on.
Dan Word. Oh, no, you're good. Papa Duties have called. Now, listen, here's the thing with Crenshaw, right? Like, I wanted to like Crenshaw at the beginning, but then he became a totalitarian warmonger, and I can't get behind that. I just, I wanted to get behind him because the dude doesn't have an eye. Not having an eye, I mean, that affects so many things. Like, first of all, his Call of Duty numbers must be horrible. That's probably why he got into politics, is he couldn't play video games. And I get that pain. I do. I get the fact that not being able to see a blindside blitz when you're playing quarterback with your buddies then denotes you to left guard. Come on, man. You could have been a tight end at least. Probably a decent cornerback. But no, you're stuck eyeless serving your government for a war we should have never been in. And I get the bitterness, Daniel. I get it. I mean, I don't blame you for, going into politics. It was a weird time. You snuck in there. And then, here's the problem with Congress, dude, is like, you're always going to go corrupt. You are. But, you got to throw something to the people. Now, it makes you wonder what, because remember our theory here at Fantom Facts. We have a very understanding theory of our politicians here. We understand they are hostages to their own stupidity, but they're still hostages. So who has control over Mr. Crenshaw? What did he do? What did old Mr. Daniel Crenshaw do? I don't know. Here's a 10-year-old kid in Texas schooling Mr. Crenshaw.
Yeah! Who hasn't heard, Crenshaw said, quote, "The most important thing here is that we have important hero archetypes that we look up to. Jesus is a hero archetype, Superman is a hero archetype. Real characters too. I could name 1,000. Rosa Parks, Ronald Reagan," end quote. I can't wrap my head around this.
Well, I'll help you. Put a period after the word Jesus and don't question my faith.
Holy shit, fuckballs. Whoa, girl, fuck. Wow.
Wow.
Wait, what's that? Dude. Oh, dude. Well, we're gonna. You have a 10. Yeah, you know kids that are. You've been around 10-year-olds, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're fascinating at that age. They really are. And if they're stuck into like book knowledge and shit, it's even better. I love that stuff. Because stuff like this happens. So I guess he's at some sort of Trumplican and evangelical meeting, and Crenshaw's trying to stir up some votes here or something like that,
Yeah.
And this 10-year-old's asking him about a quote about something Crenshaw said. Now, I feel like the quote's not that bad. Like, he was just making a point, right? But here's this 10-year-old kid, and the 10-year-old kid has taken issue with it. He's saying, are you comparing our Lord and Savior to Superman? Right now, as a parent, I feel like no 10-year-old writes a question like this.
Very true.
All right. I just don't see.
Said, quote, the most important thing here is that we have important hero archetypes that we look up to. Jesus is a hero archetype. Superman is a hero archetype. Real characters, too. I could name 1,000. Rosa Parks, Ronald Reagan, end quote. I can't wrap my head around this.
Well, I'll help you. Put a period after the word Jesus and don't question my faith.
Holy shit, fuckballs. Whoa, girl, fuck. Wow.
No, Dan.
Says that to a 10-year-old.
Put a period after Jesus and don't question my faith. I forgot about the Britney Spears cut. That's so great. Makes it so much better.
Just walks up and punches the kid. Yeah. I love Jesus. Just starts beating everyone in the church. Listen, SNL. I know Lauren's getting old. You know, let's do it.
You moron.
You moron. Like I snuck that in there.
Talk to a kid like that.
Don't question my faith.
Oh, okay.
You guys.
I don't think he did question his faith. I think he just asked.
He got offended because the little girl or whatever asked, about Superman and Jesus, Rosa Parks. I don't know.
You can ask questions about all of these things, and I will answer them. But don't question my faith.
I can question your faith if this is what you said.
That's
good stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I mean, you can read the quote again, but nowhere in that quote am I saying Jesus is not real. That's a ridiculous statement. Of course he's the Son of God. Of course.
Oh, God. Dan Crenshaw.
He can't ever just stop, He
just got to keep going.
He's the Son of God, and of course he's real.
You can say two different things. You can say that on a podcast, and you can say this here.
On the podcast, nobody would have understood it that way. I think you're twisting it that way, which is not very Christian.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
I have just one eye. Quit
And I'm not going to have
poking
my
me.
faith question.
That's
Well, what are you gonna do?
Well, here's the thing. Dan Crenshaw's had some problems, but Tucker Carlson has twisted some of the stuff he's done, right? For example, the Chinese stuff. Sure, he let them take all of our work, but he's also implementing some Chinese customs in Texas to really help out the community and make everything more efficient and teach our children good work ethic.
Look like a regular indoor playground, but take a closer look. There's no ball pit here, just piles of dried corn and cobs. Instead of swimming in plastic balls, kids dive into mountains of corn, tossing cobs in the air and rolling around. But it's not just for fun. Safe, child-friendly corn threshers let kids remove the kernels, turning work into play. Once the kernels are separated, kids load them onto toy trucks and plastic conveyors, all powered by little hands. The owner watches with a smile, knowing this setup isn't just entertaining, it's also saving labor. A playground that doubles as a mini corn processing plant. Now that's smart play.
That's genius.
It's beautiful. So thankfully, really creating jobs for future generations
We
out
need
there.
that. We need
And that's probably why he was so upset with the 10-year-old.
I'm not going to have my faith question.
He's probably sitting there thinking, you're questioning my faith when you should be milling corn? What the fuck? Well, whose
100%.
parent? Where's your parent? I'm trying to look in. I think you might. I can't tell if it's a girl or a boy.
I think
If
it's a girl.
If it's a girl, that makes it even funnier.
Yeah.
He got in a fight with a 10-year-old girl.
Yeah.
All right. And now he's decided to pick a fight with Tucker Carlson? Does he think this is going to end well for him?
I don't know, but it's the feud we need. You know?
The beef of the year.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I mean, it's crazy too, because a lot of people like hate Tucker. So and then they hate Dan, and they're like, "Oh man, what do we do? Do we go with the one patch pirate, or do we go with Tucker?"
Well, and I did see like a celebration there too. That there's infighting, but I don't think there's really any infighting at all. I don't see like any other Republicans standing up for Crenshaw.
No,
they're just sort of like, "Hey, man, good luck." Good luck. All right. Well, so just give everyone a little taste of who Crenshaw is. Maybe, I'm sure there's a sweet side somewhere.
There's got to be. No one I don't think's found it.
And man, this guy cannot run this guy can't run a freaking Super 8, much less the government. I mean, this guy has no couth. He's
100%.
So he has picked a fight. They say it was a hot mic incident, but I mean, it was immediately after the interview, and he was still bugged up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he didn't give a fuck.
No.
And of course, Tucker, being the nerd that he is, couldn't let that go because he's the next day at the CPAC convention.
Dan Crenshaw stands up and says, "But you don't understand the threat." Shut up, Dan Crenshaw. And everyone liked Dan Crenshaw. Just about had it with you. You got hundreds of thousands of American citizens dying of drug ODs, and you've done nothing. Your state was invaded by foreign nations at the behest of international organizations, including the United Nations. 15 million young men just came into our country for reasons we can't even understand, and you did nothing over your border. And you're going to tell me that some other nation is the threat? No, you're the threat. And that's true. So I don't care what party that person comes from. That person is an enemy of everything that you voted for. Trust me. We've seen this movie so many times, and the way that they short-circuit your critical thinking and get you to go along with it, and I know because I've been a victim of this, is by scaring the crap out of you with something. You are the father who abandoned his children, and there's no excuse for that. You, Dan Crenshaw, you entire Democratic Party, you Mitch freaking McConnell, you're the one whose own children languished and died while you focused on the neighbor's kids or kids in another country. All of that may be fine, but your duty is to your kids. That's why you're the leader. And anyone who shirks that duty is guilty of abandonment, and there is no lower man than the man who abandons his family. There is no lower form of leader than the leader who doesn't care about the people in his charge. And so make that the litmus test, I would say. I mean it, and I don't care what they say.
Texas does seem, I'm just being totally honest, the single most left-wing, truly left-wing member of Congress I've ever met personally is a Republican from this area who has no interest in the United States.
I mean, you want me to keep playing this, or?
Yeah, I haven't seen this one.
Yeah,
He just goes on a rant, huh?
Yeah, no. Just tell me where you can stop it yourself too. Just let me know.
Oh, I can.
It's what's
can't you? If I hit play, can you hit it?
Whatsoever, and does not even pretend. And I'm not going to name names. Oh, I think that's right. Yeah, it's Dan Crenshaw, the most liberal, most left-wing person I've ever met in the Congress. I'm just being serious. I mean, structurally, how does that happen?
Well, it happens because we don't go beyond this is not going to apply to the people in the room because you're the hyper-informed. You don't understand how much more informed you are than your neighbor that you didn't invite tonight. I really mean that. Your brother, your mom. Yes, they're Republican. They're voting Republican. They probably have a MAGA hat on. Go Trump! Ask them when the last time they voted in a school board election was. Ask them if they even voted in a primary election. We don't do it because we're in a safe, comfortable place. And this happens everywhere. It happens in Wyoming. It's like the reddest state in the union. It's not unique to Texas. If you're a scumbag communist and you want to get elected in a place like Wyoming, you can't run as a Democrat. You can't run as a hard lefty. You throw on some cowboy boots and you buy a shotgun and go out there and take a picture shooting at some pheasants, and you learn how to speak the lingo a little bit, watch a little bit of Tucker Carlson. Now you
Listen, we don't need to shit on the people of Wyoming here, okay?
Texas.
I know, but he's talking about going to Wyoming as a communist and just tricking all the smart, brilliant people in Wyoming.
Liz Cheney wasn't she coming from Wyoming before they voted her out finally?
It wouldn't surprise me.
It was Wyoming or Montana, I can't remember. But yeah, it's like how did that happen? I mean, thankfully they exposed her, but it's true with Dan Crenshaw. It's like, come on, man. Like, thankfully this is sort of enough. I mean, you'll be able to clean house a little bit in 2022 because they're going to start running now for re-election. So but they got to be smart with their picks.
Yeah, that's just the thing is, you gotta have a prized horse ready to go, because if not, the same shit's just gonna keep going and keep going. So, I don't know. It's kind of funny to see Crenshaw act like everybody's picking on him, and he doesn't do anything wrong. But I don't live in that state, so I can't really, speak from experience on it. But everything I see online about him, he's just a fucking turd mongler. So.
Is there anything else here? No, that's just Tucker talking crap on. Just Tucker talking. Let's see here.
$1 a year. Why aren't they at the border protecting the country they serve? What is that? I don't know.
All right, that's all right.
I did see a great clip though. I don't think it was Crenshaw, but there's a DJ out there that dresses up like Crenshaw with like the eye patch, and it's got like LED lights on it, and he's a DJ. He just gets after it. It's
Was it DJ Crenshaw?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty great. Well, I thought it was great.
Yeah, if you can find it, that'd be
yeah, I'm looking.
Oh, is it on Drinking Bros here?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I see it here. Let me pull it up. This guy. Oh, that's funny. Is this him right here? Ross Patterson, maybe?
That's the he's like the dude on Drinking Bros.
Oh,
like the main guy.
Okay. All right. That's great. Yeah, he is the main Bond villain, dude.
Yes. I mean, just way to play into it. That's great.
Yeah, that's true. All right. There you go.
What else is going on Twitter?
I mean, we can clear out some quick news here real quick. This is probably one of the funniest clips I saw all week.
Ooh.
This is I don't want to ruin it, So let me pull up my desktop here. Where is it? My night show.
Ooh, President Trump's cabinet is filled.
Is it?
Just to me. No, just there's JD Vance just posted something a couple hours ago just about the Trump's first cabinet meeting. I like how he made those hats. I think we went over that the other day. He made those hats and handed them out, and the one guy he asked the one guy, he's like, "You want one of these?" He's like, "I'll pass." He's like, "You would pass. You're a stiff."
Oh yes, yeah. Yes. You'll take plenty of things from other people, but you won't take a free hat.
Yeah,
exactly. It's James Bond, and you have encountered.
Dude, this fascinating to me. These are all people who have the name James Bond.
With the police, it's a good idea to have your ID with you.
So he's flashing light on my face, and he goes,
"You," and I'm like, "Yes, sir." He's like,
"What's your name? Tell me your name."
When he got to me, I'm like, "Shit."
"Oh shit, I'm about to die." So I tell him, "James," and he says, "You got a last name there, James?" And I said, "Bond."
James Bond. James Bond.
My name's James Bond.
And they'll just think I'm a cocky little teenager, giving him some flack.
And so he reached through the window of the car and grabbed me by my shirt and said, "You fucked with the wrong guy on the wrong day," and proceeded to pull me through the window of the car.
He looked at me like, "I'm gonna give you one more chance to tell me the truth."
I'm telling the guy, "Please, please, please, my name really is James Bond."
My name is James Bond.
Man, my name's James Bond.
That right there was enough to get the guy to draw down on me. Up from the holster and right in my face. And he's like, "You're right, and I'm Donald f***ing Duck. Get on the ground, get on the ground." He sort of calmed down, had me stand at the back of the car, went back to his car, ran my driver's license, came back and said, "That's a cool name, son." And went ahead and let me go.
I did get convicted of that. Do you believe that? I did get convicted of that because the judge said that I was obstructing the police officer from doing his job by me saying my name in a jokingly manner.
Oh, what a fuck. Listen, the white dude, he should own whatever police department, city, country that happened in. I mean, oh, cool name, son. No, motherfucker, you pointed your fucking service weapon at my face for no fucking reason, because you're a cunt.
Yeah. Hey, good news, everyone. We are now in the top 5 list of most watched shows on accident on your hump day. Welcome, all 27 of you. Now, I understand Alex Jones' big number here, but if all of you share one person,
yep,
we will beat the Dr. Boyce Marathon Secrets to Black Economics, which, listen, for an hour, that's good. Yeah, high IQ, maybe a 3-hour solid discussion. You're not doing no 24-hour marathon of economics. I don't care what race it is, white, black, Asian. You're tapping out after 3 hours. That's why you just come over to Fantom Facts Society and kick your feet up, grab a
Who
drink.
wants to talk about economics, anyways? Well, black, white, yellow, green, purple.
Yeah, exactly. It's too much. That's too much, especially on a lovely Wednesday evening. Okay. We got just a little plug.
James Bond, huh?
Plug. Yeah.
I can't that's hilarious. I mean, just out of the, I mean, because it makes sense because it was such a popular movie series, everything, and that's. So, but I don't know, because I mean, damn, how far do bloodlines start? What are the chances that? I guess maybe Bond is a common last name. I don't really know.
I mean, I understand being skeptical, but why are we throwing people around until? Let's just get their ID, huh? Can we get their ID?
Exactly.
Or can we take it for the word? I mean, I get it. They're probably lying to you, but they gotta pull a gun. That is the last time I used to call me Bond.
Yeah, you messed with the wrong guy. Like, okay, calm the fuck down, dude.
Right. Yeah. I'm
sure he won some money. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe he just left it alone because he sounded like he was from England. So,
I'm curious. Can you hear this when I do this? Can you hear the ringtone?
No.
No, I can't hear it either. All right. Never mind.
What is it?
Never mind. Nothing. I was trying. Anyway, If if you'd like to call into the show tonight, the link is on in the banner there. In our banner if you want to call into the show. Otherwise, it's a lot easier to go to the comments on YouTube, Fantom Facts Society, and right there, boom, is the link. Hop on over.
Or try out our new phone number.
Oh yeah, try out the new number, 1-833-Fantom. Phantoms. All right. Dude, we had a killer interview earlier today with the guy that worked in intelligence, 20 years in the military. And he was talking about, creating a doge essentially for military cleansing, but some real interesting takes. He worked with the top virologist on COVID in 2014 for Senegal, Kenya, I think that is, right? Or Senegal,
Yeah,
out there in Africa. And then he had a family emergency, so he had to leave Germany, but he knew all about SARS and COVID, so that by the time it came around in 2021, he knew exactly what was, because he had worked on it in 2014 in Africa.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
So check out that on Project Constitution site there. Project Constitution. We do a weekly show, the Talking Heads podcast.
I'm surprised loose. I wouldn't even call it a loose end, but like, I'm surprised that people have dealt, like, already had a previous run-in with something or created it for another country, blah, 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 as a test, in a sense, that they're just still allowed to, roam the world. You're thinking, oh yeah, well, they should be able to because they're human beings. But yeah, but something like that, like if that would have got out, I'm sure there would have been a lot of pushback. Oh, you're just, talking kablooey. But, to already know, to have the foresight already in it and dealt with it once, like he was probably, you know what, I'll just keep taking my ivermectin, or whatever.
Well, and that's what he was saying, like, is parasitic, and that's why it works so well. And then he just watched all the lies. It was very interesting. And when people say that, because he was one of the guys that lost his, military life by not taking the vaccine. And I can't tell you how many times I've been told by people, oh, no, they had a choice. They could have filed for religious exemption. He said out of the hundreds of thousands that applied for a religious exemption, only 100 were given.
Really?
And then, like, I play this clip for people when they tell you, oh no, it was up to you. This is when 2022, I think it got mandated, or 2021, when Biden mandated it.
Indicated to the military departments is to execute this mandatory vaccination program with obviously skill and professionalism, which we always do, but also with a measure of compassion. And so
I love that. I asked him, were they compassionate towards you when they let you go? And he said they were not.
With a measure of compassion. And so for a member who still objects, now obviously you can ask for an exemption on religious grounds, and you certainly could be exempt if you have a pre-existing condition.
We mentioned this too. Notice he says if you have a pre-existing condition, and
it goes right into the chest area.
Yeah, they knew, man. They knew. And they knew what it did.
That your doctor advises you not to get it, obviously. But if it's an objection outside those two frameworks, the individual will be offered a chance to sit down with a physician and have that physician communicate to them the risks that they're taking by continuing to not want to take the vaccine. They will also be offered a chance to sit down with their chain of command and their leadership to talk about the risks that their objection will impose on the unit and on the force and on their teammates. And the point is, Court, that the commanders have a wide range of tools available to them to help their teammates make the right decision for themselves, for their families, and for their units. And we expect, and the Secretary expects, that the commanders will use those tools short of having to use the UCMJ.
I wonder if the commanders and stuff, like the people in the military and the high ranking parts of it, that when all this came out and they had to basically tell a ton of people, hey, you know, you're no longer needed or wanted because you won't fall in line. I wonder if they're still active now, or if they got out, or retired.
No, he
All of a
said there
sudden.
some of them have even gotten promoted.
Oh shit!
Yeah, he
Interesting.
said it's entrenched there. And he said, so that's the problem. There's endless amounts of recruits getting hired right now because everyone wants to fight for Trump. But all the staff is still from 2014 Obama. And it's all info. I mean, and there's firings going on, which happens. But I mean, it's just, he said it's so, the DEI culture is so entrenched in there. They were doing like weekly classrooms settings, like it's just, that's ridiculous. He said one day guy underneath of him just showed up with boobs and demanded to be called a her.
Oh fuck!
Like he's like, I've known you for 7 years.
Yeah.
That's
Patrick, what are you doing with titties? What are you doing?
It's Patricia.
Yeah.
It's
Patricia.
Yeah, and he said he couldn't. Check it out. It's great. It's a great show. We got our first call in.
Oh shit!
First
Here we
call
go.
in of the day. Tactical Bandit. Welcome to the show.
Love the name.
Tactical Bandit. Hello.
It's Brian.
Oh, hey Brian. How's it going, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Welcome to the show.
Hey, sorry, I'm a bit delayed.
No, it's all right. I figured, here's one military man that is late for this one, and so it's fine. It's fine. It's
well, I mean, it's fine to be late as long as you show up in class.
I tell you what, it is fashionably late. Are you getting? You got a little bit of lag, or can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, no, I hear you great. You look great too.
I know.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I'm aware.
He's been working hard.
Really forming the beard today. Actually, took a little time. Tactical. I feel like we should call you Tactical Bandit because that's what you put here, though.
You can call me whatever you want.
Okay.
OTB.
OTB.
It asked me for a thing, and it's the first thing I could think of.
Tactical Bandit's, I think, one of the best.
Yeah.
Names.
Well,
I mean, Lobo Fish is strong opponent.
A bandit was my call sign.
Oh, we've got. I'm struggling with audio. With you. That's too bad.
I was about to say that's a great Xbox or PlayStation name.
I tell you what, it might be better just to try back, click that link and try back on your actual phone instead of your laptop. We've had that work a lot better actually. So, can you hear me, TB? He's gone to the lungs already. TB, call back. Use your cell phone. Throw that laptop away. Just throw it in the trash. If you have pets, let them eat it.
Just want someone to try the phone number. Do I need to call the phone number?
I mean, yeah, you can try the number 1-833 Fantoms FANTOMS. That's our toll-free line. Call in if it's. I don't know if this is first. It might not work. I'm curious about the echo here. I'm going to mute you while you do it. All right. There we go.
Wait. So
833.
Oh, hold on. 833.
It's 3, 2, 6, 8, 6, 6, 7.
7.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go. We'll find out. All right, welcome to Fantom Facts. Can you hear me? I can't hear you, so let me figure out that real quick here. Let's see here. Try it again. I can hear you. Welcome to the show. Welcome. Well, you know what? Let me tell you what. Let me put you onto the show so people can, because I don't know if they can hear me talking to you, and I feel like that's really important. Let's see, share a tab. Give me one quick second here. I apologize for the. See, there we go. All right. I can hear you just fine. I'm curious, can my co-host hear you? So he can't hear me at all. Oh, he can't hear the caller at all, even though I'm sharing the audio. That's interesting. Okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna hang up on you. I appreciate the phone call. You know what? I would have to see what the candidate. All right, well, we go. That's what a weird way. Can you hear me just fine?
I can, yeah.
But you couldn't hear the call.
No, it's really weird.
Really weird. We might have to run it off a second computer.
Oh yeah.
You know, yeah, it's a work in progress, people.
Where'd Bandit go? Come on, Bandit.
Well, I think he's gonna click on the. Link for using his cell phone though, instead of his laptop, because he's working from a remote. I think he's on some sniper mission right now, hunting Epstein people.
Oh, perfect.
And so, of course, he might be in and out as the day goes on. We don't want to bug him, of course, because this is his morning break right now. And of course, federal government rules haven't been enforced yet, so they're taking hour breaks. So, we want to be respectful of that. May.
Yes.
I've got a couple different options to go here.
Okay.
But before I went there, I didn't want to interrupt anything you may have had planned.
No, I want to. Do you know the Al Sharpton's DEI boycott plan? Have you heard about this?
No.
Okay.
I would like to hear this.
All right. It's oh boy. Let's
that's all right. Deep breaths.
Found it. Okay. Coming to you hot.
Oh, here we go. Coming to me hot. Wait, where did you send it to?
X. X gonna give it to you.
I thought you were gonna screen share.
Oh.
That's funny. Okay, no, that's fine. Let me find it here. And sometimes there's a little bit of a delay with freaking X, you know.
Yeah.
So you gotta give it a minute. Why? What is this? You gotta build up for it, or?
No, it's just I just started seeing it all over my Twitter. It's a 24-hour blackout on Friday, February 28th. I mean, like 6, 7, 8 people have posted it all on my timeline on Twitter.
All right, here we go. I have found. Said, let's see here. He said it's all over your timeline on X.
Yeah.
Interesting. And should we watch it before you give us your analysis on it?
I don't think it's just a flyer.
Oh, that's it. It's just,
yeah. I
thought it was a video here. Okay. All right. Okay. Al Sharpton's DEI boycott plan. So, great places to shop. Is 7-Eleven on here? 24-hour blackout on Friday, February 28th. That's 2 days from. Okay, so all day.
All day.
Okay, so this is the first step. I think right there they're going to be very confused, and they all think it's going to be like 1 minute. 1 minute. They shouldn't have to. Oh, Tactical Bandit back in the show. Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Oh, good. Sorry, my phone interwebs, since we don't have interwebs at our new place yet, is a little sketchy sometimes.
Well, we told everyone that, and correct me if I shouldn't have given out this classified information, but you are working for the government in assassinating the people on Epstein list that's about to be revealed to the public tonight. So we understand if you have to come in and out as it goes, based off of what's going on. So I don't want you to feel, and I'm sorry I said too much.
No, that's fine. I mean, every once in a while people pass over South Dakota and they're like, "Oh, he's here," and I'm like, "Oh, okay," and they're like, "Oh, never mind, he's on a plane. He flew over." So you just got to be ready.
I get it, and I mean, well done. Was it hard? Who was that? Stephen Hawking. Was it hard to track him down and carry out justice for his acts at Epstein Island?
I mean,
or can you not talk about the mission?
It'd be a lot easier if he would get like the Tesla of motorized wheelchairs.
True. It was archaic,
then you could just track him.
Yeah, that was archaic.
You got to now, like, because of his situation, you got to hide an air tag, and then you got to like follow the air tag everywhere. It's a process.
Did you lure him in with Asian math whizzes? Was that his weakness? I don't know.
Surprisingly, spelling bees.
Oh, that's
interesting. You know what? That makes so much sense because he had to spell out everything all his life.
He's like, all right, how can I get like the perfect speller without trying to use a computer? Because he's going for that soft touch.
Yeah. Can you spell "your life will never be the same again"?
Also, do you
Mississippi.
Do you only know how to mispronounce and speak monotone?
Could we put the T-Pain dub on your computer? Oh shit!
We're going over the Al Sharpton DEI boycott plan. I'll read it out since it might be a little small here. No, this is important, all right, because this is the exact time we can shop these areas and not have any problems.
Oh, I know. It's just wild that this is even a thing.
This is Friday, February 28th, all day. All right,
12 a.m. to 11:59 p.m.
Yep. Do not make. That's also convenient because food stamps drop on the 1st, so it would make sense that you'd start shopping. If you really wanted to affect them, that's when you would do it. It's food stamp day. But Al Sharpton knows this. Do not make any purchases. Nothing on Amazon. No shopping online or in store. No Walmart. No Best Buy. Dear God.
Damn.
It's awfully convenient that all of their money is ran out by this time. Like,
yes.
You're just setting yourself up for success. Oh, look, we didn't spend any money. Well, yeah, because you don't got none.
Shut up, Jamar. You didn't have any money. It's like, you want to make this account work and no transferring of Cash App for a whole day. No McDonald's or other fast food. We're looking at you, Popeyes and Chick-fil-A. No gas. No major retailers. No use of credit or debit cards. Yeah, I'm scared. I'm a little scared.
I am terrified.
I'm assuming since he didn't cover it, illicit substances are still on the up.
Yep. Nope. That's fair game. That's fair.
That is. He said only buy essentials of absolutely necessary items, such as food, medicine, emergency supplies. So everything that you normally buy, everything
buy
you
your
normally
crack,
buy
your fentanyl.
Yes.
To the moon. Yeah. To the moon.
And I'm also offended because this is DEI, but it's called a blackout, and there's going to be
DEI.
Yeah, no, that's just one race. There's brown people. There's orange people. There's lighter brown people. This is.
What do you think the whiteout will be? Like, don't mow your lawn. Don't pick your kids up.
Listen, here's the problem. The whiteout is what they call it in Penn State. Their big game, and we know what Penn State did. So
they shot a whole bunch of whiteout.
Yeah.
In the shower.
in the shop.
Just a clap in them cheeks.
The old Sandusky. Oh, damn.
Just had to bring it there. I can't help ourselves. Okay. Yeah. So that's some of the fun stuff there going on. You sent me something about Catholics, Brian.
Oh yeah, it's
Yes.
wild.
Okay, I'm trying to remember what it was.
Was it the one about how everything just became the church, like monetarily?
Yes. What was that? What did? See, here's the problem: is I have it in my file here.
It's a clip from Joe Rogan.
Okay.
And it is I don't remember if I think he's British, the comedian.
Found it. Yes, got it. All right, before we do that though, have you guys seen those guys the group on TikTok and I mean everywhere, X, where they lure people in thinking they're a 13, 14-year-old boy or girl, and then they encounter them at the Walmart or at the gas station and slap the shit out of them.
Yeah, beat the shit out of them, follow them
And
to the parking lot.
they've caught big names too. Like some movie producers, I forget, like Home Alone movie producer, or I forget all of them, but yeah, no, they've got some big names. Well, now it's nice to see that it's not just about children getting abused anymore. They've reached out to a whole new genre because I feel like that other one is pretty saturated. So now what they're doing is they're looking for elder abuse.
Hey, buddy. What's going on? What's your name, man? Why? What's going on? Are you Lip 69? That's you, right? That's you, right? So it's an old profile. That's you, right? Yeah. Are you here to meet this Dorothy? Well, 87-year-old Dorothy? Huh? I didn't know she was. You kept texting her. Hey,
there's no way this could be real.
You down? Huh? I want to smell your
Dude,
depends.
yeah, she said she was.
What is this, huh? What are you doing with this?
This is from my grandma, but she.
Yeah, right. Huh? Yeah, right.
She said she was 40.
Someone's grandma. All right. Hey, get him. Get his ass. What's up? What's up now, mother?
You guys here to meet an 87-year-old?
All right, so that's good to see. That's good to see. You know.
Hey,
there's change coming.
Make bullies great again.
Yeah. You ain't lying. Make them great.
That's the kind of bullying I can get behind. Funny enough, so sort of a little adjacent. Last break today at work, we were talking about, the random things in politics and how that whole scheme works and how the left is screaming that, well, he didn't do this on day one and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you got to understand, like, you can't just go at everything with the chainsaw. Like, if there's at least not some sort of form or function to this, like, you will not only crash the American economy, you'll crash the world economy if you don't do this in steps, like in a matter of a week. If you just halted everything, like, you would crash the world economy. And it came full circle to, they were like, well, the only thing that happened true day one was the border. And that brought up a conversation of very interesting state of Texas laws that the border could have been solved a long time ago, because in the state of Texas,
they could have done it.
Well, they didn't ever have to. So all the land, the vast majority of the land that butts up to that area, minus one city, is ranch land. How the letter of the law reads in the state of Texas is, if anyone trespasses on your land,
Good night, Susan.
You do not have to give a verbal warning. You don't have to give a command. There's not have to be signs posted, like shot on sight, see you never. And it doesn't have to be, and it doesn't have to be reported.
Well, of course, God bless Texas.
Because it's defense of your personal property. And
Don't
I was
get
like,
lost in Texas.
Yeah, I was like, y'all people could have fixed this situation a long time ago if you just been like, hey, ranchers, you do.
They didn't want to. They didn't want to because they wanted Biden to look bad.
I appreciate the humanity of not wanting to and holding the government to a standard like, hey, you need to do your job. But I think they started the process a little too far behind the curve.
Let me ask you about this, the tanking of the world economy. I mean, obviously, we're in a bad state economically. And these cuts and honestly, the depletion of the American empire and the withdrawal back, and most of our investments now going into Israel, is that going to be enough to prevent this? Or, I mean, are we going to see more? I mean, like, what's your gut telling you? Because I feel it's going to get a little bit worse before it gets better.
It's always darkest before the sun rises is a famous saying. So in my mind, you're looking at 6 to 7 months of the current state that we're in or slightly deteriorating before we see the uptick. So anyone that flies off the handle about that we're going to impose things upon Canada and then somehow going to raise the price of things. Like, here's the reality of that. I don't know if you know about the Canadian oil industry.
Yeah.
Like the intricacies of the Canadian oil industry that we consume. We consume over 80%.
Yes.
Because it's true raw crude, and they don't have the facilities to process. They don't have the infrastructure to transport outside of to us. And we buy it at a wholesale cost. If we refuse to buy it for 5 days, we crash 80% of their fucking economy. Like,
oh, Canada.
Take your socialized medicine and shove that right up your dark side.
So there's
you know what'll go on the rise if that happens is the paid or assisted suicide. They'll start handing those pamphlets out like a son of a bitch.
Well, and the thing is the what people don't understand is, like, we could have done this whenever we want, but we couldn't start having that conversation until now because the Biden administration depleted our reserves so deeply that we couldn't afford to go more than 3 days. So one of the unspoken of topics that Trump did in his first month or so was we put a precedent on bringing our standing reserves back up in quantity. So that, hey, Canada, like, here's the deal. Like, we don't want to do this, but here's the negotiation ball. It's in your court. This is what we will do. We need you to start stepping up and doing your job. You saw how it played out with Mexico. We're like, hey, listen, dipshit. These are the two options. This one is really bad for you, and I don't give a shit. This one works out decently for both of us if you just do your job.
Yep.
And Mexico talked a lot of smack for about 3 days. And then they crunched the roughest of numbers. And it was like, oh yeah, that would be terrible. We should not do that.
Yes.
And
and now do you hear that she is planning to arm the cartels to protect them from drone strikes?
Okay, great.
So to me, is she just using this as another, a negotiation tactic? Be like, hey, we'll do this, or you're gonna have to do this. But okay, Russia has agreed to bail us out. They're like, hey, all your aluminium, we'll ship it all to you for discounted rates. So it's
I
because
I see you're protecting yourself from drone strikes, and here's 12 spooky AC-130 Spectre gunships. Like,
that's true.
or
Your
here's
move.
I love you, Tactical Bandit.
or here is a full aviation wing of A-10 Warthogs. Like, I would, if there is a buy now video, because I've seen them in person, I will
The
Warthogs. I will pay for that video feed, whatever my bank account balance is, plus my credit card balance.
Just give it all.
What do you want? I'll buy it. I will buy the live feed right now, and I will refer back to Corey. Understands this. I'll refer back to my vacation fund. I will not be at work for the next 3 days.
Well, I mean, they keep you busy, obviously. I don't know if you're hunting Tom Hanks right now today or if it's Katy Perry, but don't tell us. We don't want to know, We just know you're taking care of whoever's
No,
on the list.
I'm out of here for the big dogs. I'm on that T-Swizzle money.
Oh, you leaked it.
Hey, dude, I'm sorry. I got to go for Pfizer's Golden Girl.
Yes.
Get her. Gotta cut them all.
You would turn her into a martyr, though.
That's the thing with Taylor. It's Pfizer, dude. You don't gotta kill her. You just gotta kidnap her. Pfizer's gonna pay to get her back. She's gonna write an album about it.
Okay. Well, this is how the channel dies today. Is Swifties.
If the channel has lasted through the Jew talk, we can make it through the Taylor Swift talk.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know.
I need to introduce you to my buddy Clint.
Yes.
Since you brought up the JP.
No, we're not. No.
Call him right now.
Actually, that's actually why I was late. Kid I work with broke one of his very useful hand tools today, and I was like, hey, my buddy's got one of those. I'll swing by his house and grab it so you have one for tomorrow. That's why I was fashionably late.
So wait, you helped a Jew get a free tool today?
No, I helped. I did a good deed. I helped a Mexican American legal get a new tool today.
I am uncomfortable by how we have to emphasize that. It does feel a very show me your papers feel, but at the same time, it has to happen. It's just.
Once
it's fixed, though, I want the paper things to be over with. That's my feelings on it, because I don't want to go through checkpoints in North Dakota having to show papers of my American heritage.
Oh, sorry, my dog is yelling at me. I have to throw the ball.
Yes. What? Let's see here. We got what type of dog you got?
He is half husky, half Alaskan Malamute.
Do we get to see it? We'll probably shoot up in views if you could just give us a little shot of that. So if you don't mind just talking while we look at the dog, probably just shoot up views.
Yeah, he's 110 pounds of really mad that the snow is gone.
Yeah, he's like my natural air conditioner is left.
Yeah, what the heck?
This is my life.
You know what? It's not a bad life, man. And you need those dogs on the missions you go on. So that's
in Siberia.
Oh, taking out Putin, huh?
No. So, all right, quick divergence since you mentioned Putin. I'm not validating that Putin is a good human by any means.
Oh dear God! Here comes this Russian propaganda we're so worried about.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Oh God! All right, let's go.
However, the United States in the last 40 years has broken every truce, promise, or treaty they've ever made with Russia about the expansion of NATO.
I'm sure it was just a translation mistake that the Russians assumed.
Absolutely. It's because we didn't have AI.
Did we sign anything? Or did we just give verbal written agreements?
2 or 3 of them were verbal. However, they were at a political summit where there is literally every representative of NATO is a witness to the verbal agreement.
So are you telling me that, let me just get this right. Are you telling me that not only did we not win the war in World War II and beat back the Germans single-handedly with maybe a few Russians involved, but we also not only promised to rebuild Russia and then decided to rebuild their enemy's house?
Sounds about right.
Is that what happened?
Correct.
And yet Russia still decided to
but also
forgive us.
Also in that same token, when we said we would do that, we also said we would not force NATO on them and we would not force NATO closer to them. And then everything we've done since then is that. So on one hand, Putin is a terrible human.
Bill Cosby the shit out of them.
Oh, absolutely. Like Putin is a terrible human. His predecessor was a terrible human. I do not defend them personally whatsoever. However, you have to at least commend the guy for saying, hey, here's the line. You've crossed it 3 times. Fuck you. I'm doing what I want.
Like, you know, the last 2 weeks, we've really covered it because we found videos from 2014 when the Ukrainian government was bombing their own citizens because they spoke Russian. And that was the only reason.
Funded by us.
Funded by us, and pictures of McCain and Amy Klobuchar and that whole charade of Victoria Nuland taking selfies, you know, at the overthrow of the Ukrainian government. So this has been, you know, we were so close to this breaking out to World War III. I feel like we're almost out of the woods, but this was very, very close to just getting out of control fast. But I guess we're not out of the woods completely yet. Because are we good with political, economic warfare front, or do we want to cover anything else before we go into the underworld of spirituality and you know, that realm?
Let's go there.
Who was? Sorry, I'm trying to remember specifically before I need to be corrected.
No, you're good.
Dwight D. Eisenhower. Was Kennedy the president after him, or no? Who was it? No, I don't think it was Kennedy. It was Kennedy.
Eisenhower to Kennedy.
Yeah. Do you know what the one piece of advice Eisenhower gave to Kennedy, of all people, on his exit from presidency and Kennedy being ushered in was?
What was it?
It was basically to fear the war machine.
Ooh.
Wasn't that didn't he give the military industrial complex speech?
Yeah. He's the one that gave the military, and you got to remember, like that's the guy that planned the D-Day invasion. Like, he understood it from both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
That this equals dollars. And there are certain groups of people that don't care about what is sacrificed to meet the dollar amount. They're about the dollar amount.
Boom. That ain't the truest thing ever said.
Well, and here's the thing. When we talk about dismantling this machine, we're watching it happen in real time, but it doesn't happen immediately. You got to cut it in pieces. And he went after USAID. He went after him in the Treasury. He's going after him in all these other departments. But the Pentagon and the Department of Defense, these are big behemoth monsters. And I don't know if you can believe it will happen overnight. This is going to have to be some sort of process set up to really root out this Marxist ideology that infected, since 2014.
Fun fact. Do you know which group within the Department of Defense is the only person to pass an audit? I think it was fiscal 2023.
Oh, shit.
This is going to blow your mind.
All right, let's hear it.
The Marine Corps. Like my people. The fucking crayon eaters. We were the only department of the Department of Defense to pass an audit.
It's because you got rid of all your tanks.
No, well, like
you guys like to sleep in beds naked together. So far from the other Marine that we had.
No one wants to touch those receipts.
Yeah.
For the record, it's for warmth.
Yeah, I know.
Shared body heat. The
That's
human
what we've
body
heard.
is basically a Duracell battery. You put two closer together, they make more heat.
It's the best blanket you can ever buy.
Yeah, potato. They both make vodka. It's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, like how astonishing is that? Like
that's crazy.
Like the Air Force, the Air Force didn't pass one. How is that a thing?
We know because the
Like-
Air Force
like
runs
these-
secret military, mental, psychological warfare operations.
These are the wicked smart kids. The wicked smart. Like
that's why they don't have to report it when they fail. That's how smart they are. It's
Dude,
like,
like,
don't worry,
but-
you fell, and
but
then
it's
you'll
like-
still not have to worry about it.
I'm just like, how is it that the one branch that is like picked on because we're the nitwit? Well, we're regarded as the nitwits and the dum-dums. Like, how is it that we can do 1 + 1 = 2 and everyone else is like 1 + 1 is 5?
You know, I feel bad, Tactical Bandit, but I didn't give you a proper introduction as you're pounding down them bush lattes.
Hell yeah.
But you did serve in the military. I assume it was the Marine Corps by the passion and the use of the term we.
Oh,
You,
we are the greatest group of special individuals in the
There
world.
it is. There
Touch
it
with-
is.
touch with the tism with an M16.
This is my first union buddy when I joined the union, and we've been friends ever since. So
No, yeah, you were great. You were probably the reason that I kept coming to work for the first 2 weeks.
well, that's I wish more could be said about that for this podcast, but people go running the other direct. As you know why that is, Tactical Bandit? It's because we run a tight ship here. We will put up with nonsense. This is a podcast for the curious mind.
What wild thing about
sorry.
accountability and like, hey, like
I know, isn't that horrible?
if you're gonna talk about it, you better be about it.
I think, all right, all the political talk's done with. All right, hour in. Let's
Yeah, no, I'm
cleanse
good
our
with that.
let's cleanse our palate. Let's play a little. What do we want for a song selection here, May? We got
Do you got
Tom
any Creed?
McDonald. we got some Kanye though.
Oh yeah,
we got
all
some-
right. I could
got
go
some
with some
50
crazy
Cent.
Kanye. He's rolled red recently.
I tell you what, let's go. Let's go 50 Cent. It's 4 minutes. May, I'm gonna take care of a little business. And so if you need to change, if the song gets to be too much, change it to something else. You know, you're full control.
You okay?
I take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa, into the candy shop. Yeah, want one taste of what I got. I have you spending all you got. Come on, keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa, go ahead with your way. How do you want it? You gon' back that thing up or should I push up on it? Temperature rising, okay, let's go to the next level. Dance floor jam-packed, hot as a tea kettle. I'll break it down for you now, baby, it's simple. If you be a nympho, I'll be a nympho. In the hotel or in the back of the rental, on the beach or in the park, it's whatever you winnow. Got the magic stick, I'm the love doctor. Had your friends teasing you about how sprung I got you. Wanna show me you can work it, baby, no problem. Get on top, then get to bounce around like a low rider. I'm a seasoned vet when it come to this shit. After you work up a sweat, you can play with the stick. I'm trying to explain, baby, the best way I can. I'm melting your mouth, girl, not in your head. Take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa, into the candy shop. Want one taste of what I got. I have you spending all you got. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa, what we do, and where we do, the things we do, are just between me and you.
I just have one thing to say. Hang on here.
Joe, where you going with that gun in your hand? You'll strip the rat from an American, but leave it locked and loaded for the Taliban. Hey Joe, where you going with that blood on your hands? I heard you say it was on the news. You're the president, the buck stops with you. Now there ain't no mommy and there ain't no dad, 'cause you wrapped them up in the American flag. 13 kids but you stopped a war, and there ain't no sense going back for more. 'Cause hey Joe, we did it, 81 million votes. Hey Joe, where you going? Why you moving so slow? They'll prop you up on the TV screen, but forget your job. What flavor ice cream is that? And hey Joe, where you going? Do you even know? Come on man, not a joke. Here's the deal, the country's broke. You ain't no leader and you ain't the boss. You wander around like you're fucking lost. So check your watch, turn your back, set us up for the big attack. 'Cause hey Joe, we did it, 81 million votes. Hey Joe, so where you going with that gun in your hand? And hey Joe, where you going with all that blood on your hands?
I'm on meth.
I'm on meth.
I'm on meth. We are not. We are not on meth here at Fantom Facts Society.
We could be if
No.
you donate.
If you are you telling me we're the homeless people of live streams? No, don't say that.
Hold on. Are we talking about like the good meth, like World War?
Do not encourage that behavior. Listen, we are the in the top 4 of live streams on X right now, but number 1 in everyone's hearts, except
Okay,
for the Brett Murphy crowd.
First off, good meth is a thing. There's an Olympic sport after it.
All right,
the biathlon.
Now, I did not see that sponsored by Breaking Bad.
No, the biathlon is based off true events that happened in World War II from a Finnish special forces unit. There's a dude who took 30 doses of the allotted doses of meth, and in like 5 days skied like 250 miles and literally murked like a company of fucking German SS dudes. He just skied around the woods and was like, "Oh, look, a campfire. That's got to be my buddies that I lost." And then got over there and like, "Oh, it's Germans," and like shot the shit out of them and like skied off into.
Just kept going.
Keep in mind, cross country skied, just off into the woods until he got tired and took like a 15-minute nap. And the Germans caught him, and he's like, "Oh shit, I got to shoot him again," and shot the shit out of him, and then skied off again. He did this for like 4 days.
This guy. All right. You know what? This is a great Fantom Fact, so I'm gonna share this right now because this was it's so this guy's name is Amo Allen Koivunen, I think. All right. And you tell me by this picture if this guy looks like he does meth.
Yeah, 1000%. I don't
He's
think
on meth when they started taking that picture.
I don't think he started out doing it, but they were like, "Hey, we got this thing that helps you stay awake and like be real productive." And he was like,
"Fuck it."
I'm into side quests.
I'm into side quests.
And then he took all of the doses for 30 people and was like, I'm into all of the quests.
Yeah.
Like Lord of the Rings. Yeah, you can sit down.
Assigned to the ski patrol on March 15th, 1944, along with several other Finnish soldiers. 3 days into their mission, the group was attacked and surrounded by Soviet forces from whom they were able to
Oh, it was the
escape.
Soviets. I'm sorry.
He became fatigued after skiing for a long distance, but could not stop. He was carrying his patrol's entire supply of army-issued Pervitin, which is meth.
Methamphetamines, yes.
A stimulant used to remain awake while on duty. Well, it just so happened he had the solution to his problem right there. So he consumed the entire supply.
Dude, I told you.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
They're like, Amo, where have you been, buddy?
Dude, like he literally just like got found like days later.
Listen, this guy did not escape the Soviets. He went on a bender.
He went on a bender and murked all of them.
Did he kill people? It doesn't say anything about him killing.
Oh, you're not Googling right.
No, I didn't see it. Let's see here. In the following days, he escaped Soviet forces again, injured by a landmine.
On cross-country skis, no less.
No, this motherfucker was getting high and then getting lost out in the woods, waking up in Soviet camps. Was like, fuck, I gotta get out of here. Boom. Oh man, this guy. Yes, the legend of Amo Allen Kovic. Can we pronounce this? What is this? How does this sound?
And that is literally what the Olympic event, the biathlon, is based off of. Cross-country skiing and marksmanship.
Yeah. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, what a great pull.
See, my brain is just full of useless facts.
Beautiful. Well, here's the thing. Like, you sent me this Catholic video, and I want to get to it.
Oh yeah. I distracted us from that.
No. This is what this show is all about: is the casual distraction.
No, side quests. I really need you to embrace the term side quests.
No, I'm down. Side quests, Catholic Church, end of times. So here's what I'm going to play for you guys. Right now, I don't know if any of you are Catholic, so I hope I don't offend anyone. Right, but I've been dealing with Catholics all my life, and the Pope is sick, gentlemen.
We have breaking news out of the Vatican this morning. We're learning Pope Francis is now in critical condition after suffering a long asthmatic respiratory crisis that required high flows of oxygen. This is a live look from Vatican City. The Pope will be skipping Sunday prayer for
a lot of people dying from pneumonia issues. Just throw that out there. Just a gentle toss out.
For the second straight week as he remains hospitalized. He is reportedly alert but in more pain than yesterday. The 88-year-old pontiff continues to fight pneumonia and a complex respiratory infection. He was admitted to a hospital in Rome February 14th with bronchitis, but doctors later detected pneumonia in both lungs, along with a bacterial, viral, and fungal infection on top of his chronic bronchitis. So we'll continue to monitor his condition.
Now, any coincidence between this and a month prior, him opening up the new portal?
I don't know.
I mean, it's a pretty quick turnaround. And I don't know if you saw that video of his face, but he's like, it's not like an acting face where he's like, oh, he's like, ew. Now that could be because there's just a bunch of webs and shit in there, He's like, ew. Or body. Maybe there's bodies in there, or it could be
he knew he fucked up, huh?
Well,
do you have that clip or what? I've never seen that.
I can look for it here.
He opened a portal, huh?
Yeah. Well, so like it's every Jubilee year. So it's like every 51st year they open up a door and close another, and I'll look into it here. Let's let me see here. Let me play.
You got that clip I interrupted you from earlier?
Yes, I do. I'm going to play it right now.
how empires
that's
rise
something
and
to make you
fall.
think.
Well,
here's my.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to look up this other thing while we play this.
Crazy how empires rise and fall.
Well, I got a hot take on this. I don't think the Roman Empire fell. I think it became a church. I think Rome fell, but the Roman Empire became the church. Where's all the money from the Roman Empire?
The Vatican.
In the basement of the Vatican is where it is. So Roman Empire became a church. British Empire became a bank. So we gave our empire back. He said, oh yeah, sorry about that. You can have that back. We gave, Saudi Arabia back and all these other places that we sort of were taking the resources, and then they had their own money. And then we went, oh, well, what are you doing with that money? Because we've got this thing called the City of London. I tell you what, it's your money, but we're going to hold it. We'll have it over here. Is that okay? Yeah, fine, great.
Yeah, just great. Just we'll hold it over here. That's shit.
Well, and that's a British citizen, like openly acknowledging, like, hey, this is what happened.
Yeah.
Like
the Roman,
the
church.
I always think of
so the Roman Empire, though, you look at that one, like, okay, the money just transitioned to the Vatican. Okay, the Roman Empire was well ahead of everyone in every metric. And there's a couple entities that are kind of used as a shell game to hide things throughout history. And after the Roman Empire fell, it became the Vatican. And on top of the Vatican down the road, it became the Smithsonian.
The scientific version, essentially, because people were losing faith in institutions as far as, I mean, you're never going to get, there's a reason why world leaders bow to the Pope.
Oh, yeah.
All of them. Trump, Biden, doesn't matter if you're Catholic or not, man. They all bow to the Pope.
Well, in that video, it said like 112 popes or whatever. So if he's the last one, he dies.
No, don't. We'll get into the prophecy of Malachi, the Irish saint Malachi, who went to Rome and saw the corruption and prophesied back in the 1100s. All of the popes, all 112 of them, and Pope Francis is the second to last one.
Oh, second to last.
Yes, but we'll get to that. This is here. I got the video of let me see here.
Jesus.
This is him opening the portal in slow motion.
Okay, guys, I made this second video, kind of slowed it down for you, but I want you guys to notice the Pope's reaction once he notices who or what just opened the door for him. Notice his facial expressions. Notice the silent prayer he does once he sees what he's looking at. Yeah, it's that serious. He looks kind of stressed out. But now, pay attention to the guys who opened it. I showed you the first one, but look at the second one. You can look for it yourself. You can see it all yourself on YouTube. It's a 4-minute video. Go check it out. But look, no ears, nothing. You can see nothing. Look at that. What is that, bro? That's not.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? Wait, I don't understand. Okay, explain this to me like I'm two. Like what? I don't understand why there's people bald-headed fucking things with no ears.
Obviously,
opening up doors.
DEI hire, obviously.
Oh, true. Okay, all right, makes sense.
Homie's got no hair, no ears. Like, gotta hire him.
Okay, yeah. Because the post face was like, "That's the ugliest motherfucker I've ever seen," and what the fuck is in here? Just one expression.
No, that's the oh fuck y'all came for me look.
Yeah.
Ah shit.
I mean, so this was done on Christmas Eve. They opened the holy door, previously called the 5 sacred portals. You can look at a map here of them. I'll see if I can find it. This marks the beginning of the Catholic Church's Jubilee year, a tradition rich in symbolism. 10 children from around the world walked through the door, followed by 54 worshipers from different countries.
Never
The
to be seen
sacred,
again.
yeah, yeah. They had a hell of a time, according to reports. The sacred event is held by the Vatican every 25 years. I thought it was every 50. Maybe it's every 50 they open up the doors. But these doors, they think are sacred portals. Here's actually, so we don't get too silly with it. Here's a good little video, maybe. Let's see here.
In 850, Leo IV decides to build a wall around Vatican City to defend against invasions. The wall rises 39 feet high and stretches 2 miles long with 3 fortified entrances. While the wall protects the Vatican from foreign attack, new threats are now coming from within the city of Rome. Throughout the Middle Ages...
All right, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. I have a big swing and a miss right there. Sorry about that. Let's see here. We got... there we go. Yeah. The sacred porta was located. Yeah, it was inside a prison too. I don't know. This is just all sort of weird stuff that the Catholics are doing. But the prophecy, dude, that's the part that I sort of want to get to. The prophecy of Malachi. I think that stuff's the coolest. Here, look, I got this. I'm sure we'll get binged for this, but I don't care. This is the Saint Malachi horrifying biblical apocalypse, countdown to Armageddon. But man, it's interesting.
Faith in the mercy of God. But despite his faith in Malachi Morguer was nothing less than a saint. But despite his faith in the mercy of God, he was forced to bear witness to a terrifying vision of divine wrath, a biblical apocalypse that he predicted would occur in our time.
Malachi Morguer was the first Irish saint to be canonized by a pope. He was known to have some supernatural miracles associated with him. He's most famous now for his prophecy of the popes.
In 1139, Malachi made a pilgrimage to Rome to visit the Pope. While ascending one of the city's fabled 7 hills, he was struck by a revelation from God.
And the story goes that he fell into a trance all that night. He would mention these Latin phrases. Di meditate lune, flos florum, pastor et nautua, di laboris solis.
Each one of these Latin phrases would match up to the reign of a particular pope. In that vision, he saw 112 popes up until the tribulation time, till the end.
And according to Saint Malachi's prediction, this end time, following the reign of the 112th Pope, is right around the corner.
We're at 111 now. Pope Benedict XVI is 111.
If Malachi's vision was true prophecy, there will be only one more pope to follow Benedict XVI, who turned 85 in 2012. In other words...
Now, the argument here, right, because I know it's History Channel, so they got to, propagandize it. But the argument here is that, remember, this pope steps down and a false pope is installed, which would be the pope there is now. So that's why there's still another pope to come.
Okay.
Yes. So here they're already trying to brush off old Saint Malachi's prophecy here.
Was this the Pope with the? Did you talk about with the smoke with the different?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, wait. That was John Paul II.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was Mel Gibson talking about that.
Yeah.
Saying how that the change in smoke, like.
Do you still have that or no? I can't remember if we watched that or not.
Let me give me some time to find it.
no.
You know, buy me some time here, buddy. You ask so much of me.
I know. I mean, we're
just
not only are they into kids and butt stuff, we're talking Mel Gibson and portals and. That's just interesting.
I almost typed in Mel Gibson butt stuff in the search. You got to be careful. I can't multitask. It's more
Well,
research.
and so that's the other wild thing about the Vatican. So like the Vatican has arguably one of the world's largest libraries.
Well, I was thinking about that, Brian, because it's, you know, they talk about the loss of the library at Alexandria in Egypt. Like that's considered in Greek times one of the greatest losses of information ever compiled. And are we going to see something like that? What do you mean?
Ooh, where is it? Ooh, I love air quotes.
Well, it's just like when you want to hide anything. Like
that's true.
You can't destroy the truths because then you have nothing. So okay, so for instance, like the things that presidents are akin to, or the highest of high at the FBI, like those files just aren't accessible to some folks. Oh, they're lost. Well, are they? Or were there now enough eyes that have read them that you need to clean the slate?
Hit the reset button. Yeah,
and
I like that.
and relocate. So it's the same with the Smithsonian. The Discovery Channel is essentially arguably a subsidiary of the Smithsonian. So I don't remember.
Sure, they get USAID.
I don't remember which. It was a podcast. It's either Rogan, the Sean Ryan show, or one other show that I can't think of right now. But very, very vetted, very renowned archaeologist when it comes to ancient civilizations. And I'm sorry, I'll have to look it up and get back to you. I don't remember if it was the first invasion of Iraq or if it was. I'm 99% positive it was like 9/11 era. Briefly before 9/11, I believe it was June or July. There were a discovery of giants remains in Iraq. 9/11 happens. We invade Iraq. This archaeological dig, all the scientists get kicked out. Keep in mind, this archaeological dig is funded by the Smithsonian. A Marine Corps detachment is sent to take and protect the site. But while they protect the site, blackout fences like 16 to 20 feet tall are put up around the actual dig. A bunch of no-name entities, aka more than likely the CIA, come in, and for like 3 weeks, all they do is haul out shipping ISO. So 40-foot shipping containers.
You're there for this.
So this was pre me. This would have been my cousin's first deployment.
He's there for it.
Not my cousin was in Baghdad, but anywho, like this is like a firsthand testimonial from one of the primary archaeologists on this dig site. Like as they're ushered out, a Marine Corps unit comes in, sets up security, builds a FOB, which is a forward operating base. So a small base where they have entire logistical and security control. But the dig site is walled off with like the shaded curtains on chain link fence, so you can't really see what's going on inside, just like you do on a construction site, Corey. And again, a no-name entity, more than likely in that era would be a CIA level entity, comes in, and for several weeks, all they do is haul out 40-foot shipping containers for like 3 weeks. And then once they're done hauling out these shipping containers, the FOB is decommissioned, dismantled, and that unit is redeployed to a combat zone in Iraq.
Oh fuck. Just to clean up loose ends, maybe. Kind of.
And then the Smithsonian denies that they funded that dig. They deny that there was any recovered artifacts from that dig, and they deny its entire existence.
So what do you think the Catholic Church has that the Smithsonian doesn't?
Probably everything pre-Smithsonian. And then they realized their library wasn't big enough.
For the American, maybe for the American side.
What? It's not even.
I mean, there's been
it's
giant
not even
reports here.
It's not even the American side. It's, hey, I can only justify my library being so big to hide so much shit. I now need another entity.
Do you not think there's any dark arts magic involved with this? Do you think this is just all secular?
I think so. Again, you go back into kind of the Egyptian times. Every major civilization on every continent has a depiction of a large being with an eagle monikered head. Like, I'm sorry, for that to happen in the roughly the same time frame on every continent with people that have never met each other, that's far beyond coincidence. I think the Vatican was the first to realize it, like in the large scheme of things, and the first to understand that, like, we don't understand this. And again, I think when the Vatican was erected originally, I think that it was probably consumed by some of the smartest individuals there were at the time. And I think the thought was, if we don't understand it, regular folks sure as shit don't. And so it was like, for the time being, let's put this to the side until we figure this out. And then it just became a giant cover-up story.
Yeah. I mean, what dark arts do they know?
Yeah, why hide giants? Especially if there was a, like you said, they were all popping up all over the place without so far of a, fairy tale or story that, goes with it. Everybody had one, it seemed like, or had, there was.
It's just like, if you look into Viking history, like you look at some of the minerals that they use, like the iron and the ore. The only place that is found is in the Great Lakes region, like Minnesota, Michigan. And that's also, there have been multiple findings of giant skeletons in the upwards of 16 to 18 feet tall discovered there, but you don't hear that talked about, sought out.
Well, you have Norse mythology, you have Greek mythology.
Well, in the remnants that are found in the Great Lakes region predate the discovery of America by, like,
Paul Bunyan,
a minimum of 500 years.
Paul Bunyan is a giant story. It's in every continent's folklore. Giants.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
You've got it makes sense with those 30-foot statues on Easter Island.
Well, it goes back to how the pyramids and all that shit was built, and all, like, the old world, when we talked about that, how all those buildings and everything were, constructed. It would make sense. I think it'd be cool shit.
It's because you go to the pyramids, just for one example. It's what the average stone in a pyramid is, like 40 some tons.
Yeah.
And the nearest quarry with the like rocks or mineral structure is like almost 1,000 miles away. Yeah. I don't care how many logs and slaves you have. You're not rolling stones that size across anything.
And that's what we talked about with the old world stuff, was they were getting stones and whatnot from, like, what was it, Georgia or Alabama, wherever the fuck, and they were taking them all the way up north in a short amount of time, building these fucking massive fucking buildings, and these blocks were, these stones and everything were the size of, they were just, it was unrealistic how they were like, oh yeah, we just threw that up with Tim, Bob, and Joe over here, and they knocked it out in a weekend.
Well, and then that circles back to one of the last archaeologists to be in the Pyramid of Giza. So this guy, like, totally known throughout his whole archaeological career, like super arthritic, extreme joint and muscular pain. And the first time they resonated frequency through what is known as the King's Chamber, and it resonates through all of the subsequent, like, halls, alleyways, chambers in the pyramid, this dude has never had another joint or muscular pain in his life. And the principle of, well, one of the things that Tesla was leading on to is that through frequency you can move things. There's power in frequency. So another wild concept. So I managed, originally from the Iowa City area, I managed bars and restaurants for 9 years. When you pay a DJ as a volume bar, a lot of times you'll set a metric. I need you from this time to this time, you're going to keep beats per minute between this range and this range. There has to be an up and a down. Like, you can't always keep people, to the moon. But if you go back and look at every distinct, prominent warrior culture in history, that is where the prominent, like, kind of EDM hype music, comes from. So it's all about frequency. Like, if you put people in an optimal frequency, again, you take a bar. If you keep people in an optimal frequency range of beats per minute, they're more likely to have fun. They're more likely to buy drinks. They're more likely to spend money. Like, at what more of a base level do you need proof of to understand that, like, everything is about a frequency? Like, frequency matters.
Yeah.
Well, and that makes me wonder if that was designated to the religious societies within the Western development, right? Like, the kings had powers in certain areas and the priesthood had powers, and you couldn't become king without the king of the priesthood approving it, and that's expanded all these different cultures. And it just, I feel like there is a supernatural aspect to this too, which I'm more curious about, because, like, you don't get to control all of the world's knowledge and all the secrets of the world without there being perks to it, right? And it's not just the gold, it's not just the gold. Like, these guys, I mean, there's a reason why the Nazis linked up to these people through the war. There's a reason why the Nazis were going on all these different expositions looking for artifacts.
Yeah, where did they spend the most money trying to go? Do you know?
Antarctica.
Yep.
There's a reason for these things, and I'm not saying,
have you ever
like,
seen all the old world maps?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, we've done the whole Admiral Byrd episode on this. This is Mel Gibson talking about this.
When they appoint some cardinal in some diocese and he's been covering up for, like, people who are child molesters.
Yes.
Or, like Theodore McCarrick or Cardinal Wuerl or those kind of guys. I mean,
or the Pope.
Yes,
yeah.
Absolutely. I'm
Benedict.
Not Benny. Well, he was covering up, but, like, so is the guy now.
Is he really?
Well, yeah. It's not great.
I thought he was, like, the more progressive Pope.
Oh,
well, and I'll pause it here because I'm like, it's not only that, because we know that they use child trafficking, for money and all that stuff, but we've also covered Aleister Crowley and the dark magic, and the dark magic stuff involves, you need a lot of kids.
Yep.
You need a lot of kids, and there's a reason why USAID's got the funding cutting for the Catholic social services, because that's the operation they use.
Well, he's very progressive, yes,
but he's covering up for stuff as well. Well, they all are. I mean, it's a dark institution in a lot of ways because it's history. You know,
well, the institution, it was instituted by Christ, but that doesn't mean that it can't be flawed. And there's a school of thought that says it isn't what it purports to be anymore. It's moved away from what it was intended to be and what it is. Almost, there's a guy called Bishop Vigano who says it's a counterfeit parallel church, and it's running an entirely different religion.
And that's what he was talking about, the change of smokes with John Paul II. That was their signal that they were going to run this parallel church. I know, like, everyone's saying, well, what does it matter? Like, church doesn't matter and stuff. The Catholic Church is no joke, dude.
Well,
like, there's a reason why leaders kiss the ring.
Well, but so it's also one of those things where two things can be true at the same time. Like, the Catholic Church can be founded on the correct philosophies, good morals, and doing good in the world. That doesn't mean that the home state organization is ran that way. Does that make sense?
What organization starts? Google started off to be a better place for the world. Like, every organization starts off with good. That's the problem with a man-made organization, is it eventually goes bad.
Another instance, that's how Amazon started.
All of them.
And again, like, what people fail to recognize, which is like one of the most forefront things that's pointed out. I mean, not to say that some of our greatest philosophers came out of World War I and World War II experiences, but they're the ones that truly expose it. Is like, you have to account for the greed of man, like the human condition. Like, no matter how good something starts on its face, if you do not account for human condition, like, what are you doing?
Do you think there are dark forces to play at here? Not human condition. I'm saying spiritual condition, like demons at play.
Oh, 100%. What
do you think's more powerful?
Okay, so here's where I think. I grew up Methodist, fairly religious person. I believe in a greater power. However, through my life experiences, I think I've acknowledged and come to the realization, and am honest with myself, that it may not be what we were taught it was specifically. That there is a greater power, yes. It may not be specifically the orientation that it was broadcasted to us. That was just our understanding at the time, and through the how many 1,000-year game of fucking telephone that we've played.
Yeah. But there's something there. There's good spirits.
There's definitely something. And
do you think they play an active role, or do you think it's sort of a bystander? Like, what? I'm just.
I think they're more of a nudge. Like, when you introduce the human condition is waiting to be nudged one way or the other, whichever makes it, and not to ruffle any feathers, whichever makes it feel better at the time.
100%.
Like, you watch the ups and downs through recorded history. Oh, there was a nudge to these three leaders in this direction in this 100 to 200 year window. Where did history steer for the next 300 years?
There's like a Bible prophecy, because like I understand like the inner demon, and when I say demon, like I'm using, of course, the Judeo-Christian terminology, but I believe in good and evil spirits, because I'm on the same path. I feel like you are, Bandit, but when I feel like there's these interesting takes in the Bible, and I take the Bible seriously, even though I wouldn't say I take it as like a literal translation.
No, the Bible is the ultimate definition of several thousand years of a game of telephone.
But it's not to be pushed aside either, because these are stories that were condensed down.
No, but they also
And-
resonate from cultural group to cultural group. They all have baseline similarities.
Yes, but there's other religions, ancient texts that have these discussions too. India is full of them too, but the Bible's also full of these discussions of these. My favorite one was Daniel, right? Like, so we all know the prophet Daniel. He gets thrown into the lion's den, and God protects him and all that stuff. But there's this one story in the book of Daniel where he's like praying to God, and he doesn't get a response for like 3 days. And on the third day, this angel shows up, and in my head, he's like all sweaty and tired out. But what he tells Daniel is, I was fighting the the spirit of the east, referencing to the Medes and the Persians who were about to conquer Babylon, and not too long of a period, like 40 years, I think, or 30 years. And it implied that there were spirit creatures who were in charge, or spirit forces that not and evil ones that were in charge of large swaths of governments. And there's other tales of this in other cultures too, of spirit creatures that ran whole militaries, and India is full of these accounts. The Bible's has these accounts as well. So are we dealing with like, is this like a moment of reckoning for the Catholic Church? Is this an action, or is this about to unleash some of this too? Yeah, because here's my thing, right? Like, I know it's hard to play around in this world, but how do you get a guy from 1100 writing prophecies like this?
It's scary. You ever heard about the prophecy of the popes? It's a 12th century prophecy hidden in the Vatican's archives. The library that's said to contain the deepest secret of the world. It claims to list every pope from the year 1143 right up to, guess who? Pope Francis, our current pope. But here's the terrifying part. It just stops right there. No pope after him, only 2 words. Judgment Day. Yeah, it sounds dramatic, but it just started getting weird. Inside St. Paul's Basilica, there's a spot for every pope's portrait, circling the sanctuary. But the design leaves only one empty slot after Pope Francis. They say that when that final spot is filled, it's the end. Simple as that. Now here's where it twists. So, according to the prophecy, the time between the first pope listed and the midpoint pope in 1585 was 422 years. Now add another 422 years from there, and you land on 2027. Coincidence? Think again. And if that wasn't enough, Pope John XXIII himself supposedly said the end would come exactly 2,000 years plus Christ's lifetime. Do the math. You get, 2027, that's 3 times. 3 predictions, all pointing to the same year. That's not just a random guess, that's a countdown, and it's ticking.
I mean, how do you I can't discount that.
Like, when
it's gonna end, let's let it end.
May, you're all for these supernatural conversations, and you have been the quietest out of everyone.
Because I'm soaking all this in. This is super fascinating. I don't know where to
pretend
go.
the show ended? Let's just pretend the show ended, and then we can talk about it like normal human beings.
Well, it's those.
Thank you for
when something from that long ago. Coincidence is fine, but when it adds up several times over,
right,
different recounts, like, you have to at least acknowledge it. Like, you can't be like, coincidence. Well, okay, coincidence today and coincidence from 2,000 years ago are 2 very different things.
And I mean,
but if we acknowledge it, though, if we acknowledge it now, chaos ensues.
How does chaos ensue?
What do you mean? He just said in 2027, pretty much. Good night, Irene. Like,
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
for bad Catholics like Tactical Bandit, but not for me. I'm not Catholic.
he's not just gonna stop at bad Catholics. I mean, shit.
Well, but again, that's one of those. If the story plays its way out, that's where it should be the end of the road. However,
I just don't think it will.
well, no, but however, if people can acknowledge the things that have gone wrong, and there can be a correction, maybe that's the reset. Maybe they can't predict plus the reset.
Well, that's maybe that's
So people don't die, but politically and everything else is the clean wash.
Well, everything measurable by their standards then
dies, or
we start over.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
What about this? Hear me out, fellas. What happens if this is not a prophecy about political? Maybe this is an end times prophecy. Maybe this is a prophecy for the end of the short season.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at. Like, as far as they're concerned, like, it's the end of whatever it is that they knew, or know. So that doesn't mean it's the end of the world, but it could be as simple as this is the changing of the guards on how we do things, on how we view things. Like, what has been known up until now or presumed.
But he doesn't say that. Let's just say that this is Judgment Day, as he would have interpreted Judgment Day in Revelation. Maybe this is, because I always find it interesting. These writings come like 1,000 years after Christ came, right? And so is this, our altered history to believe that the Christ rule of 1,000 years has already happened? And I think we can agree that the Catholic Church has been involved in plenty of cover-ups. They were the hub of it in the Roman Empire. So maybe this is, the short season prophecy here that Malachi's giving, where he's saying, after 112 popes, then the short season ends and the final Judgment Day, the actual Judgment Day, happens.
Or the short season ends, that is Judgment Day, and we enter a new phase of whatever the existence on Earth is.
Could you imagine? What is that even going to be like?
Well, but I mean, it could be as simple as something as they couldn't fathom that. Okay, like, religion doesn't rule the world. Like,
true.
Yeah. Maybe it's okay. The Great Enlightenment, where like, we now understand the things that were hidden from us, and we as a world, or as a people across the world, decide to go, hold on, I have questions. And it essentially acts as a reset, where it's like, okay, fundamental zero, like, where do we go from here?
I would be down for that. A curtain lifting, a peek into the bullshit that we've been through, or that once was, that set us on the path that we're going, and then just try to reset it with I don't know, maybe information or facts, or I'd be down for something where it was just a full blown, let them have it all and see how they handle it, kind of thing.
Right.
I mean, I would 100% be okay with that. I mean, it's going to cause a huge stir and fuck some shit up heavily, but it would be, I mean, that's because it is, like you said, it's just the Bible, big old game of telephone, all this other shit is just, it's, we understand the power players and all this now, but now this next chapter, this next, fucking cruise we're about to hump on, let's lay it all out there. Because I mean, most of them are all dying anyways. You got new blood. You're gonna have new visions or new goals. You're as we adapt and as we get, as we grow, we're not. I mean, I can't say we're not a reflection of our family in the past, but for some people, they like to change, they like to develop, even if it's for the worst. So fuck, it might be even nastier. Who knows with the new blood? But
Well, I mean, it's also, if you look at it in another light, where, okay, the true enlightenment, like, hey, here's all the information. What do you choose to make of this?
oh yeah,
Like, do you choose to steer towards the positive, or does the world as a whole choose to steer towards the negative? Like, again, it would be somewhat of a great reset.
Yeah.
I think you guys are it's too socio-political, like you're thinking, I mean, we're going through this Trump transparency thing and you're applying it, but this is the Catholic Church. It has no ties to what's going on here, what's going on with NATO. I mean, this is this encompasses a different entity. I mean,
the
sure,
Catholic Church played out.
They keep all the dirt on all these countries, and that keeps them in power. But you're talking about a huge spiritual phenomenon here too. This isn't just a organization.
That's what I'm getting at. The enlightenment of, okay, there was a group of beings here, and this is where we kind of channel back into the what's it called, the old society, old world,
right? Yeah,
this is where we channel back to that, where it's like, hey, we've covered for all this bullshit, here's the real facts, you guys get to choose what to do. So whether or not the Catholic Church goes away or stays or gets kind of folded into a montage of what information we get that they've been hiding versus how it lines up with some things that are true from them, it's a factory reset across the board. It doesn't have to do with government, it doesn't have to do with Trump, it doesn't have to do with any of that. It's a factory reset across the board.
Who controls it? Do the countries control, oh, we're going to buy into this or not? Or do they give it to the people and be like, hey, you do with what you want to do?
Let me propose. I think this stuff is
isn't we all just dictators?
This is all it would take, even if they opened up the Vatican the next day and they opened up all these documents, you're not going to have a majority of people believe any of this stuff. I think, dude, this prophecy about, Jesus, he gives this prophecy about the faithful and discreet slave, and he gives them all some money, and he returns at an undisclosed time, and he comes to see how they've treated his money. Did they invest in it? Did they use it up? And,
is this the $5,000 you're talking about? We're about to all get.
Well, I think that this is a reoccurring prophecy in a bunch of different religions. Like the Anunnaki talk about this return to Earth to collect the gold to keep. This is ancient Sumerian text stuff talking about alien race coming back. Yeah, go ahead.
For the record, if that $5,000 Doge check comes first, I'm gonna have the baddest thermal, and I don't care if you got an Eagle Hut or not. I'm gonna get you.
Yeah,
that's what we're investing. I'm down with that. I'm 100% down with that.
Hey, $5,000 gets you a really awesome thermal with a built-in laser rangefinder and the ballistics computer. Just
no, I want that. Yeah.
Well done. All right.
Steel sells them.
Shield Who does?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No shit. All right.
Yeah, all right. I gotta go find me a Shields.
Pulsar is the brand. They make a wonderful menagerie of thermal optics. And
so you're gonna wait a second. Wait.
$5 hits you right in the sweet spot.
First of all, Shields, shout out for a sponsorship. We'll be bought out with that. So are you saying that?
He's saying be prepared to hunt.
Dude, hey, nobody can hide from a thermal. You're either hot or you're cold. You're yes or you're no.
So you're just gonna kill the aliens. Yeah,
I don't know. Do they? I don't know until I cook them.
Listen, if aliens and giants and fucking half creatures and all that shit comes back, I sign me up. We can play Men in Black for all I give a fuck. I don't really give a shit.
What are you gonna do when that happens? Like, what happens?
We're
when
gonna
that
coexist like everything else.
You don't think there'll be some more?
I've
What happens if they come back to collect, like the grasshoppers and Bugs Life?
I've always forgotten to ask. Hey, where do you live?
What?
Roughly, geographically, where are you? Roughly.
Me?
Oh,
or Corey.
Where?
No, I'm in Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just get to Iowa. So
Yeah.
I don't know if Corey's told you this, but like this is like a commonality. Every branch of the service, every different unit type, the vast majority of your whole deployment is like arguing about the best zombie apocalypse survival plan. So like I've got a foolproof plan. If you can just get to Illinois, I got you.
Okay.
What is your foolproof plan for aliens coming back to collect gold?
Okay, so fun fact, the reserve unit I was out of is the Rock Island Arsenal. So it is a island in between Iowa and Illinois. There are only 3 bridges onto it. One is a span bridge, which is controlled from the island. So you turn that to the open setting so people can't go across it. 2, the current there is about 20 miles an hour, which you would have to, if you're a decent swimmer at best,
You're an alien force you're fighting against, Brian. Bridges don't matter to aliens.
Hold on, I'll get there.
Okay.
So during the initial invasion in Iraq, all of the Humvee up armor kits and all of the up armor kits for all of the military vehicles were developed on that site. So they have a full standalone CNC machine shop and weld shop with
fucking set.
Yeah, right. Okay.
But you might need that for the people of Illinois. So you might,
hold the phone.
I want to get to the alien part.
I have a very unique skill set within that unit. Got to know quite a few of the civilian contractors that work for third-party entities on that base. I can say for a fact there are 4 Abrams tanks on that base, fully functional with ammunition. And I know where the ammo depot is. I know where the fuel depot is. It has its own water filtration system. It's 14 or 15 acres, 9 of which you can grow food on. Like, and it's the middle of nowhere in the Midwest. Like, I'm sorry, we are not.
Well, they want it.
We are not hot ticket item for aliens. And by the time they get there, dude, I got 4 Abrams tanks. Like, homeboy, let's go.
I don't think an Abrams tank is going to do jack shit to an alien ship. I just don't. I mean, I appreciate the effort. I will watch as those little rounds bounce off. They probably won't even get there. They'll probably get caught up in a magnetic field, automatically terminated.
The 120 millimeter.
Yeah, it'll catch it with its gravitational force and just drop it.
Did I also mention it is the only civilian rebuild site for both Army and Marine Corps artillery in the country?
It's not gonna matter against aliens.
Listen, who says aliens are gonna come in here and just try to wipe us?
Well, all the cultures come back to this one story, right? Like the Bible, Muslims, all of it comes back to a day, and now the Catholics. But I'm saying, like, the Catholics have had some good standing for a few years.
The aliens don't even know the Midwest is a thing. Just like 90% of Americans.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, that middle of the dirt mound that we fly over, yeah, that thing. No, I don't know what goes on there.
It's kind of why I picked the South, because I mean, they just think family trees go straight up. Why mess with that? Just leave that alone. Go hide in the muck and go hide with the hillbillies.
Yeah,
so you're not gonna. As soon as it happens to you, do you take off to your desired locations?
Alabama.
Wait, you said to go to Illinois, so we're going to show up to Illinois, and then you're going to be in Bama, and you'll be like, sorry for the miscommunication, guys.
No, but to May's theory, I mean, that's essentially Jack and the Beanstalk. Like the tree only goes up. Well, let's get them up there.
Yeah. You ain't lying.
Number 3 on the charts, trending on X right now for Live on X. Welcome everybody to, the night after show, number 1 night show on X, Fantom Facts Society. Here with special guest Tactical Bandit, who believes he's going to shoot alien ships with tanks to survive the battle of the Anunnaki return.
Yeah, I'm no Will Smith. I can't afford jets, man.
Yeah. Listen, we aren't going to get involved anyways for a hot minute. We're going to let the powers that be try to, finger fuck each other, and then it's going to be the Red Dawn kind of situation, and then we're there.
1,000%.
All right. Are we good with this one?
You let the dipshit send the herd for you.
I'm just still wrapped my brain around Vikings in the United States before the United States was formed.
Well,
I can't get off of that.
You sent me this clip. I thought this clip was crazy.
Acambora artifacts were discovered in Mexico in 1994. 33,000 artifacts found. The carbon date put them back 6,500 years ago, 4,500 BC. The artifacts were so strange, and I've never heard of them, probably because the story's trying to get swamped over by the Smithsonian. They consisted of stone and clay, like figurines and stuff, of like dinosaurs.
Oh.
There was one figurine of a warrior riding a triceratops. And then they had other figurines of like mermaids. They even had one that looked like Bigfoot, just this crazy stuff.
Like these things have been happening for a long time.
Yeah, but that like totally messes with the whole narrative that humans interacted with dinosaurs. Yeah. Because there's a man riding a dinosaur.
The timeline is scrambled.
It was authenticated by 3 men in the profession that were like, they knew what they were looking at and what they were talking about. But then the Smithsonian, they were funding it. Like, nope, this is all, it's a fraud. None of these are real. We're going to carbon date it ourselves.
Oh. Did you pause it?
No.
I have no power. These aren't the droids you're looking for.
Been hacked by the Japanese. Weird. Well, I mean that's the idea of it is.
I sent this video to Corey. So what they go on to say is that it's discredited. The Smithsonian discredits it and says that these artifacts are no more than 30 years old. Again, underlying tone from the Smithsonian that this doesn't fit our narrative. We are the renowned body throughout the world. We dismiss you.
Yeah.
You know what we don't dismiss here is shopping tips. Here at Fantom Facts, we want to make sure, especially in times of need, eggs have gone up again out here, another $2. I don't know how it is for you guys, but
I get them in my backyard, so I'm okay.
Well, for those of us who don't have chickens running throughout the house, here's some Walmart tips for everyone. If you're going to, how they always ask for a receipt when you walk out, there's like that little greeter there. And if you've got some loose items, they're like, "Oh, can I see your receipt real quick?"
You pay those people attention?
Asked to check their receipt, the customer shakes their fist and says no and moves towards the exit. In this scenario, the associate should simply thank the customer and allow them to exit.
So that's from their own training video there.
Yeah, no, they're not Costco. Those employees don't have any power.
No.
Well, you're just letting everyone know. I've heard in urban communities they already knew this, but I wanted the suburban communities to know as well. You don't have to be nice.
You don't have to entertain that person.
No, absolutely not.
That was released by Walmart like 2 years ago. That their standing corporate policy is just the epitome of Amazon. Just deflect. Okay, you have a great day. Like Walmart operates under the presumption that they hope that most customers paid for most of their items.
What you said. Yep.
Like that is insanity. The fact that is a talking point in today's world is like mind-blowing.
Well, and it was like no joke that they had changed the painting for all their Walmarts, the outside of it, to prison gray. Don't ever forget that. That was was the begin of the end for Walmart.
That's why Sam's Club put in the digital scanners. They can damn near you walk through Sam's Club and they can light that fucking card up and see if you pay or see if it was paid or rung up. So, you know,
I came across one of the funniest clips ever, and I want to share it with you guys.
This is. I think that it's a slave bracelet. I would like to think that my relatives helped to free the slaves, and that was one of the ones that they freed, or maybe they found. I think that this is the name of the slave holder, and then the name of the slave underneath it.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
It's a dog collar.
She's racist.
This is the other one to me. Like the whole reparations for slaves in America. But people that want to have the argument don't understand like the true history of it. Where
they just want that free money.
It was the winning tribe in an African nation.
No. You got it wrong. You've got it wrong.
Below them. Hold on.
All right. Hold on.
In a continent where active slavery still fucking exists.
You got it wrong.
But I'm.
Listen, I thought us white people were the slaves first.
A medium tan. Well, that's the other one. Well, before there were black slaves, it was the Irish.
It was the whites.
Listen, I don't want to.
Here, Corey, you're going to go outside and farm my fields for me.
First of all, I'd make a great bull. I strong like bull.
Tolerate the sun.
I strong. I do tan eventually, but people don't believe this, but I do. It looks like a sunburn, but doesn't hurt.
Like the short pause before eventually.
Yes. I will say this though, that if you had paid attention to our last two shows, you would know that the real reason why the slave trade was going on.
Oh,
did he tell you we had an active?
Did you not listen to
Nazi
it yet,
member?
Did you listen to it?
Wait, what?
I was training a guy last night and I couldn't put it in. Damn it. So Corey fell in love with this active Hitler Nazi just extremist.
Was this individual from Argentina?
No, he might have been. Great American accent.
From Alabama.
He's got a channel on X, Uncensored Speech, and he's exercising his First Amendment rights, but he has translated every Hitler speech to English using AI voice. Over 100, like not everyone, but he's over 120 in. And so I wanted to have him on the show because I thought, we got banned for playing a little clip of Hitler speaking that was played on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to see sort of the opposition he had come across doing these, and so we're having a wonderful discussion with him. And then he's like, I'm just going to come out and say it that I am a Nazi. Like I don't believe that we should be waving flags on bridges yet.
Yet.
But
he's like the only acceptable Jew that we allow in our circle is some Bitcoin Jew, and he was just like, "Fuck Tom and Sarah down the street." It was wild.
It was
very interesting,
unexpected.
I also I haven't really delved too much into it. My free time is limited because my wife, my life is chaos constantly, but I have seen or heard if there's a more accurate direct translation from German to English, and again, not condoning Hitler.
So these speeches are gold, man. That's fine. They're gold, and they should be out there for people to listen to them.
But a good majority of them, it's not as horrible.
That's what I said. Yeah, exactly.
Like the direct translation is nowhere near as horrible as one might be led to think.
No, because we all get the idea. Oh, the camps. But that's what. Because I spent some time on his page, and it was like, fuck, a lot of these he's spitting facts, or it's not
Well,
as scary and awful, as nasty as they painted it out to be.
Here's the question: like,
if you do the rough math, the numbers that were projected from the census data versus the numbers that are supposedly true, there's a very large discrepancy. Now, I'm not validating that we just
no, and no one is when they say this. You
Right,
know, they're
right,
just
but-
it's odd.
But it's in today's world, you have to fucking acknowledge that, or you are the second coming of the Third Reich.
Hell, they'll arrest you now, right? We can't talk. No.
Yeah, it's illegal.
That's Britain.
No, that's
that's
here, man.
Oh,
That's
that's-
here. They passed a law, an anti-Semite law, adopted off of a Jewish organization that says that if you accuse, if you recount the accurate account of the Bible and say that Jews had a doing in the murder of Jesus Christ, then that is anti-Semitism. It also has a law saying that if you say that Jews disproportionately own any type of media outlet, that's also anti-Semitic, and you can be charged for hate speech. And that was passed just 3 weeks ago by Trump's Congress.
Well, Corey, here's the deal. I live at 8102 Tenkate Court, South Dakota 57110. I have a direct site over 1,400 yards in every direction, and I'm very capable of executing otherwise.
That's not the point, though, man. That's
Come
not
get
the
some.
point.
If a certain
You can't wait for them to come for you, man, because then it's too late. You know, you gotta let people know that they're already banning free speech. It's already snuck in there.
Oh, trust me, Corey, they'll know. If a certain government entity wants to play games, choose your alphabet agency.
Well, don't you find it odd that they adopted that rule so quick?
I guarantee you, I'll go down 20-1.
Listen, don't you think it's
Is this
odd?
Waco? Is this Waco 2.0?
Yeah, I guess he's got a little bit of the Bush
Ruby
latte
Ridge?
courage. It's Ruby Ridge.
I've had enough Bush Light that I just don't care.
Yes,
Hell yeah.
there it is.
And
See.
I had to switch to the
Ooh, cerveza.
how aggressive I am. That's Modelo.
Oh wow! See, paid the extra 20% tariff on that. Good American.
Mitch McConnell.
Hell yeah!
Bought it like a month ago. Tariff free.
All right. You got anything else there, buddy?
No, Bandit. He's got a lot of knowledge up there. We can just let him run. I like where this is all headed and turned.
Severe ADHD and possibly a touch of the tism.
Here's something
That makes
for
it
you,
great.
This is why you have to ask questions. The Earth spins at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator and travels around the sun at 70,000 miles per hour. And the sun travels through the galaxy at 450,000 miles per hour. That's 8 trillion miles the sun has traveled since the year 0. Over a light year. And yet, for thousands of years, even before that, people were looking into the sky and seeing the same stars that we see today. And if they had the same optics that we have today, they'd be able to photograph perfect star trails, just like we can. I do not believe this is possible.
Little flat Earth fun for you.
I'm telling you, it's just like that TV show on Hulu, Paradise. You should watch it if you have Hulu.
I don't have time to watch TV.
Listen, the gist of it is the world goes to shit. The president is the last president, and then they pretty much build an underground dome in Colorado, in the mountains of Colorado. All these billionaires and 2,800 select people. It's pretty fascinating. And then they find out that, you know, the world isn't completely shit. Like, you can breathe and fucking life has gone on. But I mean, everything is crumbled and needs to be rebuilt. It's a pretty fascinating show.
So it's like Fallout.
Huh? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So the only other like a random interjection I have is like randomly. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed this. Every so often, there's a movie that defies like mainstream Hollywood. So like I would say one of the last great ones was the movie Legion.
With Will Smith?
No.
It's like apocalyptic.
Yeah.
The angel Gabriel comes down.
2010, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Like that. I want to say yes. 2010, 2011-ish.
Yeah, Dennis Quaid was in that. Tyrese Gibson. Yeah.
But like a very, very unique for the time cast. Some people were kind of in the midst of their career, and that was like a stepping stone that led to certain roles in other types of movies that were, again, fought more of the mainstream Hollywood belief system. And it's one of those, like, I don't know, like the more you step back and look at it, the more you kind of get to know other circumstances, situations, topics. You start to look at it and you almost wonder if it's like a breadcrumb.
Yeah.
To where
What do you mean like they have to tell you a little bit of the truth?
Yeah, like it's they're like, hey, like despite the popular narrative, like here's a mild interjection of truth because we think you're intelligent enough to handle it and make a decision for yourself.
It's like Stanley Kubrick with Eyes Wide Shut, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it out there.
Also, another fun fact, I don't know if you guys have watched the movie it came out in the last year or two. It's about the atomic bomb. Jesus, I can't think of it.
Oh, yeah.
Oppenheimer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the last 2 minutes, did you catch the reference?
The movie was like 12 hours long, but yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. It is. Yeah. In one of the last statements in the movie, they acknowledge that there was a young Democratic senator that they had not accounted for his vote, which was one of the votes that tipped the scales for them to lose the motion. And it's Kennedy.
Yeah, was that with Albert Einstein at the pond or I'm trying to think. Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's just one of those, again, like coincidence is fine and all, but when you stack up 3, 4, 5, 6 things, it's no longer a coincidence. Sorry, this was a targeted thing.
Mm-hmm. I love this man's brain. Yes.
If nukes exist to begin with, though.
If only I could put a camera inside of it and I would convince myself to download the Chinese spyware that is TikTok and could put it out there for the world to watch, I could make money.
It's addicting. I hate it. Don't do it.
Dude,
but do it so I can follow you and we can just, externally put you in this podcast every single day because I will jam Corey up.
It would be like 3 squirrels on simultaneous wheels spinning in all 3 directions.
Just shits everywhere. Wheels are turning. Just madness is ensuing.
I try to come in here with a game plan. Like, I print out a little outline. I try to,
He's got a syllabus.
And then, it just sort of goes to shit by the end of the day. And, I got May over there just sitting there being like, wow, that's,
I want record. I read the syllabus.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was late to the party. I joined.
I appreciate it.
Okay, syllabus. Stay on track. Be a good boy.
Yes.
And then one random thing came up, and I was like, oh, look, squirrel.
Well, that's the beauty of this show. So we love it. All right. Well, we've hit the midnight mark. So I think we're going to wrap it. Friday night, we got another show planned. If you're more than welcome, call in then, dude, if you want. Don't nearly have to stay as long if you don't want to, or you can. You're more than welcome. And then we do have on Project Constitution, We're having the whistleblower who is calling the assassination attempt on Josh Shapiro, Governor Shapiro, coming on the show for interview to discuss how she found out Josh Shapiro was involved in the assassination of Donald Trump. Ooh. And this is big news. Like, this is no joke stuff. She's already been contacted by
because that's their big candidate,
Attorney General.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the stuff she's found out about him is absolutely, his ties. As she is from the same Jewish community, same town as him, and so this is someone she knows very well and has discovered. She would, and she's very strong woman, and she had to flee to Florida to get away from him before they took her 4 kids. It got that bad. So there's no joke. She had to apply for removal. She wrote a letter to DeSantis, and they got her out of Pennsylvania. That's how bad it was over there. So she's coming on the show Sunday at 9:00 to discuss this whole ordeal. So tune into that. We'll be streaming it live here on Fantom Facts Society as well, but it'll be all done through Project Constitution. So
did Spike reschedule, or what happened?
Spike rescheduled for the 5th.
Okay.
So so we had to move it around. He's broken through Georgia's Child Protective Services and actually gotten people fired there now. They've won 6 cases in Georgia of Child Protective Services illegally removing kids from families, and there looks like they're going to get legislation to permanently change that situation there. So he's going to come on and do a little victory round, and then that's a countrywide issue.
Yeah.
So and that's what Akasha went through. The guests we're having on Sunday night, they brought CPS and took her kids and had all sorts of faked, trumped up charges against her. And she was a foster mom for the state for 4 years before all this went down. So it wasn't like she was just some random horrible human being. This is a very involved woman in the community, and she reported kids getting trafficked, and they took her kids. So I mean, this is an insane story of survival, and she's not even surviving. She's turned around and she's biting back at him.
Good shit, because I mean that whole system is fucked. I mean, you got kids wanting to adopt African American kids just to work them back yeah, these stories are fucked. So I'm glad that she was able to get out, and I can't wait. That'll be great on Sunday.
Oh, yeah. You know what's even better than that? Monday is going to be Cash's first press conference.
Oh yeah.
Well, and we talked about this before you hopped on, but Pat Bondi came out and said she's releasing Epstein tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I did hear that. Thing, why we've had to wait this long is asinine.
But we were talking. Do you think it's a tease, or do you think we're getting some meat on the bone?
I think they go for the jugular.
Oh, you think? Oh,
well, I think there's the possibility you unseat a very decent population of sitting senators and congresspeople.
Yeah, gotta get them out somehow.
If you're gonna do Doge, why not go to the bone?
Yeah.
Well, are we going to drop this Thursday, and then we drop the JFK files Friday, and then we just make it a whole weekend thing, and then Kash Patel comes in and shuts down everything? All these agencies, till further restructuring,
I cannot wait for Kash to just come out swinging.
I hope he does, man. Right now, I've got friends saying you got a lot of faith in these guys, and we do have a lot of faith in them. But
you know why? You know why I have a lot of faith in them? Because they come in with a different mentality. They come in with a different perspective. They come with a completely different background of being a more boots on the ground type employee than a bureaucrat.
Yep.
And until you prove me wrong, I will believe in you.
Here's the thing, though, that Trump came in that way in 2016, and it cost him an experience because he didn't know who was good and who was bad. And so, I mean, like, had. Go ahead.
Difference is Trump came in from I have my only relation with politics is when I need to talk to somebody to maybe we need to help push this thing along.
Yep.
Whereas Kash Patel has spent his entire professional career in that agency, basically.
What do you think about Bongino coming in there too? Or do you not know much about Bongino?
I know enough to be optimistic. But again, it's so like when the first week that you and I worked together, I show up, I'm an intelligent person. I ask questions. I want to understand. I show that I have a cognitive thought process and can think. So you assume the best of me. So I view politics through the same lens. If you can show up, you can portray to me that you know how to do the job. You have a cognitive thought process. You can work through problems. You can walk yourself through it. I will give you the benefit of the doubt until you prove me wrong. However, once you prove me wrong, I will hold your feet to the fire.
Yeah, and that's really what's got to happen is, and I think that's why we're getting this rush response from Bondi too. Like, we'll release it tomorrow. It's gotten, I see this happen on X where they're starting rumors, like, oh, they're burning evidence or, deleting servers, and that could just be putting pressure on them to listen. The longer this goes on, the more we're going to make you look incompetent. So
well, and the same thing goes for Kash, but the difference with Kash is Kash has spent again most of his professional career in that entity, and I think the best thing they've done with Kash is, hey, we've confirmed you. We had a game plan coming in. Let's revalidate where the cards lie today. Now that you've been sworn in.
He's got high expectations put on, but that's his fault too. He went around telling everyone that.
No, but we have 3 days to take our top 10 list and validate the order. Like, we know your hit list is what it is. It's not going to change. However, the landslide has changed slightly now that you're officially since you were announced versus confirmed. So now that you're officially confirmed, let's take 3 days. Let's not just throw headlines out. Let's take a valid look. Okay, how do we best reach the market? How do we best assume or reach our goal? What is the most logical trajectory to get there? And just like any real business, take 48 to 72 hours. Plans, spitball. Okay, here's the deal. Now that we have the bullet points, now that we have this, hit the ground running out the gate. Bang, 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 bang.
Yep, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you, Bandit. Hey guys, we got breaking news. We have annexed North Dakota.
Good evening.
I don't know if you saw this or not, but it's
what?
Yeah, it's official. New name and everything for Canada. We've annexed Canada.
And welcome to the evening news this evening. Just moments ago, President-elect Donald Trump announced plans to annex Canada and rename it Gay North Dakota. The surprise announcement comes as Justin Trudeau announces his resignation from the Canadian Prime Ministership, presumably to make way for an American governorship. The pair had previously met back in November at the president's resort home at Mar-a-Lago. The pair had been expected to discuss Trump's tariff plans, but somehow ended with Trump agreeing to absorb Canada as the 51st state of the union. His one demand, though, is that Canada be renamed to something very homosexual. Trump said in a press conference.
All right, that's
I'm glad when they put that poll up. That's the one I voted for. That's the name I voted for. I'm glad.
All right, everybody, let's call it a night. It's midnight. Have a good night, everyone. We'll be back tomorrow on Project Constitution for the release of the Epstein list, hopefully. And Bandit, thanks so much for hopping on the show, man.
Oh, thank you guys very much for having me.
Thanks, Bandit.
paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire